The Story of Arthur Windshaw by Lewis Albert Williams. This work is a work of fiction. Unless otherwise indicated, all the names, characters, places, events, and incidences in this book are either the product of the author's imagination or used in a fictitious manner. Any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, or actual events are purely coincidental. Chapter 1. Lockcraft. This is a story of great importance. It begins in the year 2020 with a bright-eyed young man named Lewis Albert Williams. At the age of 26, a slim lad with a very optimistic outlook. His keen recognition towards all fantasy and spirituality is sufficient to say the least. Yes, this bright-eyed young man, in a lot of ways, has his head in the clouds. The story begins in the virtual world, as Lewis is a keen advocate for the arts, and has, at this point, just graduated with a degree in fine arts. Therefore, we find our character minutes into an oddly fashion of self-promotion. He has been attempting to make associates with greater names than the poorly suited one that he owns. In other words, he is attempting to make a name for himself by contacting celebrities. In this reach, he will make the effort to induce the following high nobles. Fern Lenner, a celebrity that was born into her role after her family had great success in the industry, mainly for a reality TV show named Getting Down with the Lenners. Lewis has another reason for contacting this figure, and it spawns from the uncanny belief that Fern has been telepathically speaking to him in his thoughts. Another highly ranked celebrity that Lewis believes himself to be in metaphysical contact with is a public name titled JJ, otherwise known as JJ O'Connor, a famous YouTuber. YouTube, a platform on the World Wide Web where people are self-made. We find Lewis right on the cusp of something ecstatic. He is beginning to embark on something majestic and miraculous. So, he sends them few messages and thinks nothing of it. He had only learnt of these few figures recently. He had always known of the Lenner family, but he had never taken the time to learn their individual names. So, Fern was new in his mind. He liked her after watching an interview with Rogue, where she had specified on people taking attention of her ass. After being asked by the interviewer what she wishes people noticed about her, JJ was even more new. Lewis had no idea that he existed until he randomly found his YouTube video, which involved a long and in-depth explanation about the reasons as to why JJ had kicked his younger brother out of his house. Lewis had taken great offense to this and saw it as another way to promote himself and his all-inspiring Instagram profile that he had been growing with an arrangement of images that displayed many abstract paintings, and the arrangement of these paintings exhibited in art galleries. This is something Lewis had done since graduating from university. He had set up shows and had his work moved from place to place. He knew that both Fern and JJ would like his paintings, and the images displayed on his Instagram page, because after all, they were fantastic abstract paintings. He knew that his works would catch the eyes of many, so why not the best of the best, as Lewis thought it. He sent a message to JJ on his Instagram profile. It was a private message. He gave him a lot of grief for throwing his younger brother out of his house. For Lewis, this was a reminder of the same disloyalty his own brother had shown him over the years. He saw himself in David O'Connor. It was after this message that Lewis had gone away and observed the conversation that JJ had about him with other members of the bootleg group. Two of them, to be exact, Tom and Nick. The bootleg group are a group of YouTubers that teamed up to make content together. In this conversation between JJ, Tom, and Nick, Lewis listened to JJ's explanation of how this young artist had given him a great deal of grief for kicking his younger brother out of his house. Lewis, being the keen and not at all discreet young person that he was, laughed out loud to himself mentally and said, "I can hear you." The three boys gasped in response and said, "You can hear us? Are you telepathic?" JJ asked. "Yes, I guess so," Lewis replied. "How can you hear us?" Tom said. "I don't know," Lewis said. "Can you hear other people?" Nick said. "Fern Lenner and sometimes other celebs," Lewis replied. It was at that point that he had mentioned her name that Fern Lenner popped into the conversation. "Hi guys," she said. "No way," Nick gasped. "Yup," Fern said. Fern, having a much larger status, toyed with the YouTubers as the conversations progressed. They all agreed that helping Lewis was a large must-do. They all joked about being members of the Illuminati, something Lewis had already presumed. Lewis had heard a lot about the Illuminati and slyly hated them. He had even posted examples of celebrities gesturing out hand signals, huge names like Angelica and Rosie, as well as many others. The Illuminati is a secret cult, a group of successful individuals that mock the public and believe themselves to be better than the vast majority of hardworking people. One hand signal that was deviously used was the all-mocking tongue. Lewis hated this. He had found an example of the main Illuminati icon displayed in a cartoon made for kids. This Lewis had posted on his Instagram with great detest. He always meant to expose the Illuminati. This is something that he had given large amounts of time to thinking about. He hated seeing the rich kids showing off all over the internet. But in spite of all this, the few people that he spoke with telepathically seemed to be interested in helping him join them in the cult, to help him succeed as a famous painter. This is something that Lewis cared about more than his hatred for the Illuminati. Making a name for himself as a painter. Days passed, and the odd conversation occurred between himself and the others. In fact, more than the odd conversation, they all spoke with each other consistently. It occupied a lot of Lewis's time. There was another big name that Lewis had recently learnt about, another YouTuber, this time by the name Willowy. This person was amazing. He had gained 111 million subscribers on the platform, an ecstatic number. This in comparison to the bootleg group, as a group who had roughly gained 20 million and each had about 5 million on each of their individual profiles. It was that night in the kitchen that Lewis heard his voice for the first time. "So, you hear us?" Willoweye said. "Yeah," Lewis replied. "Your videos are quite good," Willoweye remarked. "Thanks," Lewis said. "It's crazy, isn't it? Being able to talk in this way," Willoweye said. "Yeah, it is," Lewis said. "Anyway, I'll be seeing you," Willoweye replied. Then just like that, his thoughts completely cleared from Lewis's mind. Later that night, Lewis went onto Willoweye's YouTube channel and learned that he had started his second series of Blockcraft. Lewis went on to watch his first episode. Blockcraft is a game in which the main objective is to craft materials that are necessary for survival against monsters that come out at night. The main idea is to build yourself shelter or a home that the monsters cannot enter, as well as a bed that you can use to sleep the night away. This was a new concept to Lewis, although he had noticed the great amount of people playing the game and having great success on YouTube. Lewis had been making videos on YouTube himself, where he spoke about the importance of individual life. He had come up with a new idea that he called self-centerism, a notion that stressed importance on the individual's life and the observation of one's life and its experience. This was hugely inspired by other YouTubers who spoke about spirituality. Lewis disagreed with these spiritualists because they spoke about removing the ego. And as Lewis saw it, the ego was the most important aspect of one's own nature, the driving seat for which all personality blossomed. So in his videos, he would rant about this importance and how the other YouTubers had it wrong. But of course, Lewis had a very small channel with about 95 subscribers and had barely made any impact on the majority of spiritual enthusiasts. So as a result of this, he had decided to take a new approach to his YouTube channel. He wanted to game like Willoweye and the bootleg group. Whilst watching Willoweye's video, he noticed that Willoweye kept screaming about being lonely and how lonely he was whilst playing Blockcraft. Lewis thought to himself, was this a way that Willoweye was reaching out to him? Did Willoweye mean to be sending him a cryptic message? Lewis knew that it was time to play Blockcraft himself. So that same night, he messaged Willoweye on Instagram, just like he had with Fern and JJ, which of course he hadn't received a response for of either of them. They were keeping up with their statuses, being elusive as Lewis saw it. In the message to Willoweye, he simply told him that he was interested in playing Blockcraft alongside him, and seeing whether Willoweye would be interested in doing this. Lewis felt proud of this message, and went to bed with an optimistic impression. He still didn't have any proof of these conversations really being telepathic, and he had considered schizophrenia. But he kept a stern approach to any of these thoughts, and his optimism led the way. The next day, whilst browsing the internet, he went on to YouTube and saw something that made his heart skip a beat. Willoweye had posted a general post on his YouTube account that said, "Play alongside me on my own Blockcraft server." Lewis couldn't believe it. The timing was uncanny. He had only sent the message the day before. Lewis knew that he was cryptically messaging back. For some reason, he thought to himself, the Illuminati aren't allowed to be open with him. he has to follow this wormhole. Being totally broke at the time, and having no money to actually buy the game Blockcraft, he went to his mother claiming, "Willoweye wants to play Blockcraft with me. Can I please borrow the money to buy Blockcraft?" As confused as she was, she agreed to lend Lewis the money to buy Blockcraft, but told him that he would have to wait till the next day as she was on her way to bed. So instead, Lewis downloaded the demo version of the game. Then, as he was setting up an account for the game, Willoweye popped back into his thoughts and said, "What are you going to call yourself?" Thinking of self-centerism, Lewis replied, "How about Centered 21. This was because the new year was about to start, with the period currently being December, and the number 21 held major significance in the spiritual world. It is believed to be a number that signifies positive change and expansion of one's horizon. So, Lewis booted up the demo version of the game and began making a base to hide out from zombies and other monsters that would attack at night. He managed to survive a night, and the following day an unexpected character turned up with 2 llamas on leads. He would later learn that this character is called the Wandering Trader. You see, Lewis had played Blockcraft some time before on Xbox in 2014, and when he had previously played, this mob hadn't been added to the game. It came much later. However, that night, Lewis suspected that this mobile entity called the Wandering Trader was in fact Willoweye. He felt a strong urge towards this notion. And of course, this was clarified for him by Willoweye's internal laughter. Lewis knew then that this was no usual game. Nothing he had ever experienced before. Lewis would also later learn that this form of hacking did exist through a computing language called JavaScript. Blockcraft is a PC game that is built on JavaScript. Lewis went to bed that night feeling very confused. How could he have been a character in the game? He thought to himself. The next day arrived and his mother kindly agreed to help Lewis access the game for real. He booted the game up and wandered around aimlessly. For Lewis was completely new to playing Blockcraft with a keyboard and a mouse instead of a controller. In fact, Lewis was new to PC gaming altogether. And as a result of this, he was rubbish with the control. Night came around in Blockcraft, and Lewis hadn't made a secure base. He had been too busy exploring the world. Boom! Out of nowhere, a zombie appeared and attacked. This was a huge difficulty. Lewis had no idea how to defend himself, and soon fell mercy to the wrath of this zombie. It took 3 or 4 punches from the zombie before the respawn page formed on the screen. Lewis had already suffered a great amount of pain from jumping off high cliffs, and so this is why his health was so low. He respawned. It was still night. Lewis couldn't see anything. It was pitch black. He felt an arrow hit his character, and the controls jolted. He was stunned as he looked around to see an exploder, and then a baby zombie. Before he had the chance to move, bam, another arrow hit him. This time he turned to look in the direction that the arrow had shot from, and then he saw it, a skeleton with a bow and arrow. But before he managed to jump into motion, the exploder exploded and blew Lewis right back to the respawn page. He repeated this a second and third time. Every time he respawned, he would be bombarded by monsters from every angle. On his 5th attempt, he managed to move in a way that avoided the main bodies blocking his path. He ran for a while, before noticing laughter. A group of laughter. It was the bootleg group, all of them, laughing and pursuing. Lewis realized at that point that they were in control of the monsters. Thud, another arrow came from the front this time. He heard the laughter of Willow-Eye. As he tried spinning back, another exploder blocked his path and instantly exploded. The respawn page appeared, and this time Lewis laughed himself. He told them all that this was ridiculous. "Give me a chance," he said. "No," Willow-Eye replied, and the whole group broke into more laughter, including Lewis. "I'm going to play liquid drum and bass," Lewis said, and quickly opened the track on YouTube. This time, as he played, the exhilaration picked up. Lewis was determined to survive the night. He managed to run away from them all, and found his way into a cave, where he expected the rest to follow, but they didn't. No monster turned up at all. Something dark dawned on Lewis at that point. He remembered a traumatic experience that had occurred some years before, when he had been catfished at university. Memories came flooding back. "What's wrong?" Nick said deviously. "This is bad," Lewis said. "You are with that," he said again. More laughter broke out, only this time Lewis didn't laugh at all. "Just play, bro," said JJ. "It's not that deep," Tom said. Suddenly Lewis felt quite devious himself. He thought to himself that this is the Illuminati after all, and that he's deep into this rabbit hole now anyways. He was so intrigued. After all, how could telepathy be possible? After a while day broke in Blockcraft again, and all the monsters disappeared. But the voices kept up. "So, you are the Illuminati?" Lewis asked. "Yup," exclaimed JJ. "This is amazing! I'm going to be rich!" Lewis yelled. "Well," said JJ. "You've got to prove yourself first," said Nick. "So you want me to play Blockcraft?" Lewis asked. "You've got to be good and play well," Nick said. "And at the moment, you suck," he said again. "Are you ever going to join my server?" said Willow-Eye. "Oh yeah," Lewis replied. More laughter broke out. Lewis returned to the homepage of Blockcraft, and then went onto the multiplayer option. Earlier he had got all of the details to appropriately join Willow-Eye's server, so he knew exactly what to do. He entered the details into the search engine, and clicked enter. The server booted up, and as Lewis's character spawned into Willow-Eye's server, he noticed movement in his peripheral vision. There were characters running around the outside of this hut that Lewis had spawned right in the middle of. They were jumping and running on top of a fence. Lewis knew that these characters were the bootleg group. He had a huge hunch. It was as if they were running a circumference around him to center him into the middle. He heard more internal laughter. Then Lewis noticed that the characters were jumping out of sight and onto the roof. So Lewis ran around to see where they disappeared off to. Some of the Blockcraft skins remained on the fence as they carried on running around. Then right in front of Lewis, one of the skins disappeared and reappeared on the roof. The character looked down at Lewis, and Lewis asked, "How did you do that?" This time a new voice answered, Tony, another member of the bootleg group. He said, "It's easy, try it." Lewis proceeded to try and jump his Blockcraft character onto the roof. which was impossible. The dynamic of the character's movements corrupted any chance of Lewis's attempts. Another voice popped up, this time Robert, again another member of the bootleg group. He said, "Come on, it's easy," and followed his remark with laughter. More of the characters appeared back on the fence, and continued springing from place to place, then vanishing and reappearing on the rooftop. Lewis took a look around at the server and was amazed by the place. It was an environment that was constructed with amazing Japanese buildings. There was a huge waterfall towards the southeast, and massive staircases leading up to the buildings. Lewis gave up on the impossibility of climbing onto the roof, and walked down the ginormous staircase that led to the spawn point. Once at the bottom of the staircase, he looked towards the east, and spotted a figure standing by themselves on one of the builds. The character seemed to be looking right towards him. Again, he got the hunch that this was Willoweye, and just as Lewis had this thought, the character disappeared. Lewis decided to explore more of the server. After walking down a road, he found an edge that looked over a huge drop that followed with an ocean. Just at the edge was a Shinto, and through the Shinto there stood 3 characters that seemed to be inanimate. They moved, but only to follow the direction of Lewis's movement as he walked around them. Each of the characters had an option above their heads. The character on the far left had hardcore written above its head. The middle had vanilla above its head, and the last to the right had creative. Lewis realized that these were warp points that led to other parts of the server. He noticed that there was one more warp point further ahead, but this was just a signpost instead of an inanimate Blockcraft character. Lewis chose to warp through the last option. He suddenly appeared in a place that he recognized. It was Willoweye's world from his first season of YouTube Blockcraft. There was a massive meatball to his right, and a huge Viking ship to his left. Things Willoweye had built in his series. Lewis was fascinated as he had watched a few episodes of this series on YouTube. A totally new voice popped into his head. Somebody he recognized, another successful YouTuber by the name of Jack. "Are you ready to meet the Dean?" he asked. "What?" Lewis replied. Lewis had walked down past the giant meatball at this point and was standing near the house that Willoweye had built. He noticed a portal. "That there," Jack said. "That's the Dean." "What do you mean, Dean?" Jack was silent. Lewis approached the portal. The portal had a holographic pattern, oozing and swirling in its center. It made loud noises as it moved. Lewis walked right up to it and stopped a block away. He heard a muffled kind of delayed version of his name rip through the crackly noise. "What is this?" Lewis asked. And then he heard the noise again. This time Lewis had no doubts. The portal had spoken his name. Lewis ran away right back to the meatball where he had spawned into the world. "Alien," Lewis stated. Several voices spoke at once and said, "What are you doing? Go back," Willoweye said. "I didn't think you, of all people, would scare like this," Jack said. Lewis composed himself. "Right," he said, and made his way back to the portal and again stood a block away. "Turn your volume right up on your PC," said Willoweye. So Lewis turned his volume right up and listened. He could barely make out what this entity was saying. "I can't make sense of this," Lewis said. "Distortion, bro," Willoweye replied. "What?" Lewis asked. Willow-Eyes said nothing in return. Lewis focused again on the portal. He made out something through the hums and crackles that sounded like a voice saying, "Soul, choose, a choice, sell." Lewis stepped back and thought to himself that this was a stupid idea he was having, yet he felt goosebumps and a knowing like there was more at play here. Jack had called this entity the Dean. Why? Lewis thought to himself. He was overcome by politeness as he kindly stated out loud that "I don't understand you, kind sir." The portal seemed to repeat itself. Lewis looked away from his computer and felt uncertain, then looked back and made another attempt at communicating with this entity. This time he spoke out loud to his computer. "What are you?" he asked. The damn thing just repeated the same sentence. Soul, choose, a choice, sell. But again, Lewis could barely make sense of what was being said. Lewis got fed up and appraised the portal. At this point, feeling kind of dumb, he politely told it that he was leaving. Again, he spoke out loud to his computer as he did so. Lewis slammed his laptop shut and relaxed in his bed. He began to drift into a sleepy state. He was totally freaked out by the experience. He envisioned himself in a meadow, on top of a bank. Suddenly people appeared around him. He recognized one face. It was Larry, the last member of the bootleg group. He was smiling. Lewis remembered rumors he had heard about the Illuminati and how they supposedly sell their souls to become rich and fortunate. Lewis looked at Larry with shock as he realized. Larry said, "So what are you going to do? Are you going to sell your soul?" It was suddenly dawning on Lewis just how real all of this was. Was Lewis prepared to sell his soul and live in eternal damnation? Lewis woke up. He realized that he must have fallen asleep. He felt revitalized and knew that he was ready to sell his soul, if that's what it would take. Was there a literal devil? He thought to himself. Had these people all sold their souls to an actual devil? He had heard that elitists were satanic. But this notion, for the first time, was starting to feel real, instead of fanciful. He pressed up in his bed. The laptop lay beside him. He was overwhelmed by the need to pick the laptop up and play more Blockcraft. So that's what he did. He booted the game up and re-entered Willow-Eyes' server. This time, when in the main lobby, he chose to warp through into the creative option. Lewis was met by ginormous builds that stretched as far as the eye could see. It was a city of buildings, clear proof that plenty of people had been playing in this server. This made Lewis kind of sad. Maybe more people had been playing here after all, and maybe those characters he had seen running around in circles in the main lobby weren't actually the bootleg group after all, he thought to himself. And again the idea of schizophrenia dawned on him. Lewis began to wander around aimlessly. He felt as though he was searching for something. Some type of proof that would prove all of these theories he had. His mind was silent. He didn't hear any voices at this point. But somebody shot past him. The person was flying with a pair of wings and fire rockets. Lewis had by now discovered the chat bar. The chat bar allowed players to talk amongst themselves in gameplay. Lewis wrote, "Hey there." He got an instant response. "Hey," the player said. The conversation didn't go any further. because Lewis didn't want to intrude on what seemed to look like a lot of fun. He decided to try and find some wings too, but he had no idea how to operate the controls. He remembered creative mode from the time when he had played on Xbox in 2014, but the controls were completely different on PC. So he went about his keyboard button bashing in an attempt to see which buttons commanded what. It was during this exploration that he found the button F5, which controlled the player's viewpoint. Lewis was able to see himself for the first time from different angles. One view from behind, another from the front, and the last was the default view, first person. Lewis knew about the default skin that came with the game. He was a usual skin named Steve. You could choose between a girl skin and a boy skin. Skins are like avatars. You can also download skins off the internet, which was something Lewis hadn't thought about yet. But when Lewis changed the view to see from the front, he was shocked to learn that his character was wearing a monkey mask. This reminded Lewis of one of his videos when he had been gaming on his YouTube channel. He had been playing a game that involves the capturing of wild creatures and then the training of them to battle with other creatures that all possess special abilities. One of these creatures that Lewis had captured in the game resembled a monkey. So, Lewis had called it a naughty little monkey during the whole episode. This monkey mask reminded Lewis of this episode like crazy. Could Willoweye have set this up? Lewis thought to himself. Was Willoweye turning Lewis into the naughty little monkey? Lewis had stopped trying to learn the commands because he had figured out that when he double tapped the spacebar on the keyboard, his character would lift into the sky. So Lewis lifted up into the sky and rotated his view by moving his cursor around. Suddenly the player from before shot into sight and paused just ahead. He said "Hey" again. Lewis responded with "What's up?" Was this Willoweye? Lewis thought to himself. The player hovered just above Lewis. Lewis heard Willoweye's voice internally this time. "Welcome to my world," he said. "That's you," Lewis replied, internally. "Is it?" Willoweye said. The character zipped away. Lewis tried to follow, but the person moved really fast, and Lewis eventually lost sight of him altogether. The place was constructed with built skyscrapers, and it was easy to lose sight of the player as he twisted around the server's maze. Chapter 2: The Illuminati. Lewis logged out of the world and closed his laptop. He had wandered around the creative world for some time after the encounter with the mysterious character that either could or couldn't have been Willoweye. He knew, though, that it had been Willoweye in the game. He was certain of it. The problem was that nobody was going to believe him if he decided to mention it to anyone. He knew that they wouldn't believe him. After all, telepathy wasn't real. At least, not to the majority of people in the world. No, Lewis had stumbled onto something fascinating that the vast majority of the collective didn't know about. It was clearly top secret. Lewis decided to go and watch one of his favourite Walt Disney movies, Peter Pan. It was midday and cold out. He didn't have a job, so his days were mostly filled with movies and television shows. Something that Lewis did enjoy doing a whole bunch was going out for long walks. He had roots around his hometown, Shrewsbury, that he knew extremely well, because after all, he had lived in this town for his whole life. A whole 26 years. He finished watching Peter Pan around 4 PM and decided to go out for a walk. He loved walking, it gave him a great sense of excitement. He always worried that people would think that he was lame for walking around the town as much as he did. Whenever he'd see the one friend from childhood driving about, they lived kind of close to each other. Lewis wasn't really sure where he lived exactly, but he knew it was close because he saw him all of the time, driving past. He'd beep the horn and stick his thumb up. Lewis hadn't progressed in life like some of his old friends from school. He didn't have a car, or a job, or a girlfriend. His closest friends had moved towns away, so he never saw them anymore. Lewis had attended university some years before, graduating with a fine arts degree in 2017. He had studied at the University of Wolverhampton. He had accommodated during the 3 years in which he studied. Of course, he made friends there, but nothing long-lasting. Each associate that he had fell out of contact with him. So in a way, these new friends of his came at the perfect time. Even if they weren't real, he didn't care. Paying attention to these voices gave him a sense of importance. And after all, they were the Illuminati. This was incredibly exciting for Lewis. He had dreams of becoming a real success and moving across to California. Lewis said goodbye to his mum and walked through the front door. The streets were already fairly dark, with it being December. Lewis took a right onto the main road. He lived near a pub named the Old Bell. He would always take a left opposite the Old Bell, then briefly walk on a pavement next to the bypass, before dipping into the nature walk. The best part about walking was that he had an excuse to listen to his adored music, liquid drum and bass. The air was so cold, with it being winter, he could see the steam coming off his breath. Whilst walking down this nature walk, he would pass his old workplace. It was a supermarket. He had hated working there. See, Lewis had been an artist and had made a handful of paintings in an abstract format. He wanted to sell his paintings and make a full-time career out of it. This was a predominant activity that he had balanced whilst working at the supermarket. At the supermarket, they had him moving trolleys in the car park. His job wasn't meant to be till work, but he hated the tills, too. He didn't like serving people, they made him feel angry. Lewis is a sensitive lad, and he was quite receptive of people and their anger. He would take it on himself. So, at least, whilst working on the car park with the trolleys, he didn't have to deal with people and their moods. The nature walk ran parallel with the back of the supermarket. Lewis came to the entrance of the car park and decided to walk across it. He took a look at the place and thanked himself for quitting that god-awful job. He had moved on with his life. He didn't have any money, but he had got out of there. Beyond the car park was a main road, Old Potts Way, and after that an underpass that led under the train tracks. Just a short distance from here was the River Severn, an iconic landmark that Lewis would often visit on his walks. But his favourite route was much farther up, a road called Colham. just past the pub named the Red Barn. It was an alley called Cinderpath. The place was stunning at night. It was a narrow path with dense trees and bushes surrounding it, and cozy streetlights. Further down was a tiny arch bridge that connected the paths and stood over the top of a stream which lay about 10 feet down underneath. Around the corner from that was Shrewsbury School and Kingsland, an estate with amazing houses. At the end of Cinderpath was another route that led down to the River Severn. You could walk over the river on a bridge called Kingsland Bridge, a large blue arch bridge. From that bridge you could see the rowing clubs and the quarry, a famous landmark in Shrewsbury. The quarry is a refurbished nature walk that the River Severn curves around. Lewis took his usual walk around these sides and later got home around 7 PM. He got straight back onto his laptop and booted up Blockcraft. He would repeat this pattern daily, and days went by leading up to Christmas. There was one night in particular that Lewis had been playing Blockcraft and conversing with the voices, where he decided to take a minute and get fresh air. So he went out onto the front doorstep, and the funniest thing happened. Lewis looked down his road and saw an arrangement of Christmas lights and ornaments on his neighbour's front door. Due to the position Lewis was stood in, the cluster of material had taken the shape of an alien. This was something Lewis had learnt through his time painting in an abstract fashion. He had learnt to see things that don't really exist. Actuality or subjective realities, he called it. But Lewis, at the time, was certain that he was experiencing the sighting of a real-life alien. It wasn't the craziest thing he had recently stumbled upon. There was an eerie gravitation towards this entity, a strong, rich, in-depth sensation that connected him to this being. Lewis was captivated by its piercing eyes, and as the wind blew from behind him, his spooked feelings were lifted into ominous, but yet grounded inquisition. The entity was soothing his fears while still warning. Lewis stood there for a solid 5 minutes, staring wide-eyed at this entity, before he went back into the house and heard Willoweye say, "You saw it?" Lewis responded by saying, "You know." "It's all part of the plan," Willoweye confirmed. That year, his family had arranged to spend the holiday at his elder brother's house in Ludlow. His brother had a wife and a young daughter. Lewis's younger sister was also coming up from Brighton with her new girlfriend. Lewis was travelling down by car with his mum. He took his laptop with him so that he could continue to play Blockcraft. He hadn't started making YouTube videos at this point. He wanted to learn how to play the game well, so he was getting in loads of practice. Christmas was a good time. They all enjoyed in each other's company. They ate good food and had a laugh. Lewis and his elder brother sat outside on the wall later that night, just the two of them, and Lewis felt comfortable enough to brag to him about having had joined the Illuminati. This left his brother feeling very concerned about Lewis's mental health. Lewis would soon learn the error of his mistake. Weeks passed into January, and Lewis had grown extremely close with the voices in his head. They had all become really strong friends. Other celebrities had begun speaking to him as well, including the current Queen, Queen Victoria. Lewis didn't know about this at the time, but his mum and older brother had been talking about Lewis's mental health quite consistently. His mum was still spooked after Lewis had mentioned playing Blockcraft with Willoweye. Lewis had barely spoke to her about anything since. He had kept up to his routine and spent a lot of time alone in his bedroom. They had secretly arranged for his older brother to come up and take Lewis to the hospital to see a doctor. The day came when his brother turned up out of the blue. Lewis was shocked as all hell. He didn't understand why they wanted to take him into hospital. But after a little while of them convincing, Lewis agreed to go up with him. He did it to keep them happy. The voices had begun to torment Lewis a little bit at this point, because he had started making YouTube videos, and it turned out that he wasn't that great at it. They had begun to insult Lewis due to him having a lisp that was very sharp on the microphone. This compassionless form of hate is something that they called a secret discipline. They claimed to be making him hard like stone, a theory learnt through the discipline of cutting stone. They had told Lewis that the Illuminati and Freemasonry were two separate names for the same group or cult. They would insult other things about Lewis, and Lewis was convinced that they were hacking his webcam on his laptop. This was partially because they had told him that they were doing just that, spying on him, watching him sleep and watching him eat. They had told Lewis that they were hacking and live streaming his life on a secret website found only on the dark web. The point was that they were training him so that he would eventually become a professional YouTuber, though it had progressed larger than just this one webcam on his laptop. They said that they could see him anywhere he was due to CCTV and satellite view. So when Lewis went to the hospital with his brother and sat in the emergency room, they were there watching as Lewis believed it. As Lewis waited, the members of the Illuminati convinced him not to say anything about the situation that Lewis found himself in. Even though Lewis was sort of tempted to unravel everything to the doctor or nurse, he decided to bottle it up. The members of the Illuminati told Lewis that he'd lose out on his chance to be trained by them, and that it would all come to an end. When he and his brother were finally called in to see the nurse, Lewis was ready. She highly suspected that Lewis was ill, though Lewis was extremely well spoken and talented at manipulation. The nurse, after pressing at Lewis for some time, briefly left the room, and Lewis begged his older brother not to say anything to the nurse. Lewis was up front with him. He pressed on the potential and said, "There's a chance of wealth and fortune here." His brother didn't like it, but he did remain quiet. And the rest of the interview went by quickly, with Lewis even getting the nurse to laugh. He charmed her. They soon left the hospital after Lewis's blood pressure was checked. His brother drove him back to his home and had cheered up. Lewis convinced him more that this was real, and although he didn't believe him, he overlooked it. The next day, Lewis was browsing YouTube, and he learnt a lot of really weird stuff about celebrities from Hollywood, as well as connections between Hollywood and the government in America. He learnt about the CIA attempting methods of mind control. He learnt about satanic rituals and the practice of sacrificial cult ceremonies where they would supposedly sacrifice young children in such conventions as Bohemian Grove. Bohemian Grove was an organized cult ceremony that would take place in a secret location deep in the redwood forests in California. Big names attend these ceremonies, such as politicians and scholars. At these ceremonies, they would pay worship to a giant statue of an owl. Lewis was ridiculed by the voices in his head for researching this stuff, though they were keen to teach him about the reasons why they worshipped an owl. He was taught that totems and dark magic were the reason, and that they practiced voodoo. Lewis was inquisitive about these practices, but the main thing he learnt as he went on his daily walk was that the CIA had supposedly perfected and implanted machine creatures into everyday life, especially birds like pigeons. They had apparently been made to spy on the public. Lewis was even under the impression that the robotic creatures like the birds were hackable, meaning that members of the Illuminati were able to take control of the creatures with PC software. As well as this, they had also convinced Lewis that products that were manufactured like mirrors and lamps had secret micro cameras installed into them. Willoway would often tell Lewis that the Blockcraft and YouTube stuff was just a ruse. And one day Fern announced to Lewis that he was the Antichrist. At the time, Lewis was heavily convinced that they were either totally full of rubbish, or that it was just schizophrenia after all. Lewis had some time before learnt about schizophrenia, and he realized that many people had experienced talking to celebrities or believing themselves to be the son or daughter of God. So it was easy to brush it off as a similar experience that he too was going through. During all of these months that passed, and apparent lessons learnt, he had reflected on old videos he had made for YouTube. Lewis had been really interested in psychology, and had even gone on to study a master's degree on a conversion course at the University of Chester, which he later quit to pursue YouTube, thanks to the encouragement of these voices. In some YouTube videos, he had used old footage of inhumane science experiments, where doctors had experimented on one, a baby called Little Albert, and another, a young monkey. Lewis's middle name was Albert, and he became convinced after some time, and some convincing, that he had been Little Albert in a previous life. The voices in his head, at this point, had told him several times that the people in his life were robots, including Lewis himself. Lewis had read into this stuff with an ounce of belief, but it was his own research that convinced him in the end that he might actually be the Antichrist. And it was because of cartoons like Peter Pan, Pinocchio, and the Rugrats. Lewis, after some time, believed that Hollywood and other sectors of the entertainment industries had made specific movies and cartoons to communicate a transcended truth to Lewis. There was even an example he pulled out from a show called Brom, a television show about a toy car that he had watched as a child and rewatched in this period on YouTube during extensive research where he would recollect information. The car would speak to the humans with telepathy, though he had noticed a significance with red hair. Lewis had even chosen a block-craft avatar with red hair to further symbolize his beliefs of this Antichrist hypothesis. Lewis had been an awkward, geeky kid, and as a boy, he had seen himself in the character named Chucky from the Rugrats. In the main movie of the Rugrats, Chucky had worn a jumper with the sun on it. The sun symbolized to Lewis the Son of God. After hearing that of a kooky old fella he knew in real life, Chucky also had goofy teeth, another similarity that Lewis shared. This was also the case for Peter Pan and a specific scene in Walt Disney's film Pinocchio. Whilst on an island called Pleasure Island, Pinocchio and another kid with red hair and goofy teeth have too much fun, resulting in them both turning into jackass donkeys. This also links to Peter Pan because in a particular scene, you see Peter Pan's goofy teeth. All of these examples that Lewis found links between resulted in the convincing of these cartoons having had spoken to him due to a curation cleverly designed by the Illuminati, and in particular Walt Disney. Lewis was convinced that the Illuminati were in touch with alien technology, either meaning that certain figures like Walt Disney and others had been aliens themselves, or robots with an ability to shapeshift. Lewis was fairly sure that Walt Disney was the same man who had terrorized little Albert in the experiment, just in a different body. He thought this was the case for many people from back in the early 20th century, an earlier version of the Illuminati. To summarize, Lewis basically believed that all things in life were predetermined and that aliens were at the center of all its control. Chapter 3, Nestcliff. It's time you knew, Lewis, Fernlena said. Knew what? Lewis replied. He had just woken up. It was noon, and the sunlight was shining through his window, and hot on his bed. He had awoke to that statement from Fern. It's a bit complicated, really, she said. What? Lewis said. You're not only the son of the devil, the Antichrist, you're also royalty. Huh? Listen, Willow-Eye snapped. I am, Lewis thought. You're my grandson, said Queen Victoria. That can't be true, Lewis replied. I can't be royalty, he went on. It is true, Fern said. You are the descendant of Prince Llewellyn. He is your ancestor. He was a Welsh prince between 1258 and 1282. Legend always had it that a young prince would rise up and unite Britain. King Arthur, a prophecy destined to come true through you, Fern said. That's why Walt Disney made the movie The Sword and the Stone, Fern said. This is why you were chosen, because of your heritage, said Queen Victoria. You are the chosen one, Lewis, Fern said. You've been chosen by the Illuminati, and that's a much bigger statement than you realise. The Illuminati is so much more than just human. This is why I'm in love with you." "Don't start," Willoway said. Lewis was now in the bathroom brushing his teeth, looking intently into the mirror. His belief that they could see him somehow remained as strong as ever. "Why are you saying this stuff to me?" he screamed out loud. His mother and aunt were both again out at work. It was Monday, early afternoon, and Lewis felt free to scream to his heart's content. He had already checked through the window to make sure that his mum and aunt were both out, and the cars didn't sit on the driveway. "Calm down," said Willoway. "You're such a mug," JJ laughed. Their voices continued to torment his mind, though he did like the ideas that they had been coming out with. He already really suited the Antichrist role as he saw it. The idea of self-centerism did happily oppose all religion as he saw it. Of course, it was the art of centering the self, a defiant twist against religion, which preached the importance of a deity and faithful devotion to it. "Your mother and father are simulated robots. In fact, most of your friends and everyone you've known in life are," said Queen Victoria. "They've been planted into your life to keep up a ruse. And I am your biological father," said Prince Richard. "Then who on earth is human?" Lewis replied. "There are some amongst you, but you won't find many in Shrewsbury," said Prince Richard. Lewis sat on his bed, nearly succumbing to tears. Could this be true? Could his family really be nothing more than mere spectacles designed to act out a part? "It's all been orchestrated. You're supposed to pull our clues together and make sense of it yourself. We can help guide you, but only to an extent," said Queen Victoria. She went on, "Telepathy is real. We are real. The night of your conception, your dad had been in a pub. We had his drink drugged with my embryo, but this was no usual embryo. It was scientifically enhanced to affect his sperm count, combining one singular sperm and enhancing for 100% accuracy," said Prince Richard. "Think about your late grandmother and the resemblance she had with me," said Queen Victoria. "The resemblance of your father and me," said Prince Richard. Lewis thought about this. His father and grandmother did resemble the royals quite a lot. Their features were all quite similar. Now remember the lessons your grandmother taught you. A lot of those lessons came from me. We shared the same DNA, and I was always able to access her mind. It's the same for Richard and your father, too," said Queen Victoria. "How can this be possible?" Lewis said. "Your family have always known. I can't explain why right now, but they've always been in the loop," Queen Victoria said. "We didn't know any of this before though, bro," said JJ. "We only found out after conversing with higher members of the Illuminati," he went on. "This has been top secret information for many years," said Queen Victoria. "I knew," bragged Fern. "Haha," Lewis replied. "Me and my sister saw you as children. You were sort of like an imaginary friend that would visit us," said Fern. "And our family have always looked forward to your time," she went on. Some of the celebrities that Lewis was in telepathic connection with envied him, and it wasn't surprising to see why. He had simply fallen into the role without any talent or sophisticated success. He just simply was, as they saw it. When Lewis and his brother had been young boys, they would stay around at his grandmother's whenever Lewis's father would visit them from Portsmouth. Lewis's parents had separated when he was just a baby, and his dad moved down to Portsmouth to pursue a relationship with another woman. However, Lewis was oblivious to this, but a like to this connection that Queen Victoria and Lewis's grandmother had, the young princes Philip and Edward had too had a connection with Oliver, Lewis's older brother. They had tormented Oliver quite a lot, toying with the young child by calling him names and picking on his lower class. Through Oliver, the two princes would torment Lewis also by bullying him. This wasn't the only way the princes had interacted with Lewis throughout his life. They had also taken control of other kids at Lewis's school and pushed him around on the playground. This was because they always knew that Lewis was destined to become king. They were, on a technicality, related to Lewis, but as they had grown, their hatred had matured, and they had grown into reasonable and well-respected members of the royal family. But there were still others who hated Lewis's claim. Other members of the Illuminati. They were members of the Illuminati who hated royalty altogether. They wished for the government to be the ruling class, just like America, and for royalty to be totally abolished. Later that day, Lewis asked his mother to drop him off at a place called Nestcliff. He had a hunch that he had to follow. He remembered something about a place from his childhood. He had been on a school trip as a young boy. The school had taken the kids to an army barracks. Lewis couldn't quite remember anything about the trip except that he had been led astray. There was a course that Lewis had taken part in where adults would deceive the children into thinking that they were good people when in actual fact they were actors pretending to be child abductors. It was sort of like the game Simon Says. Lewis had been with a group of children who had agreed to follow a person into one of the barracks, only to discover that that person was supposedly insincere. The adults all wore armbands, and if an adult who didn't have an armband on tried to convince you to follow them, you weren't supposed to go. Lewis had gone with the group and followed one of the bad adults. This is something that had left a mark on Lewis, a vague memory that haunted him with eeriness. However, it reminded him of the secret conditioning of the Illuminati, the mental discipline that they all spoke of. Lewis knew that he needed to revisit this place. His mum agreed to take him. It was around 4 PM when she dropped him off, and she dropped him right outside the army base. Lewis didn't quite know what he was doing there. He just had to follow this hunch. This very hunch led him right up to the main gate of the barracks. There was a pony in a field on the left hand side of the road next to the gate. Lewis looked across and, like usual, believed that members of the Illuminati were watching him through the pony. They psyched Lewis up and told him to go through the gate onto the side to take a look around. Lewis eventually did just that. He walked up a bit, and by this point, Lewis was under the belief that the recruits who worked at the base were expecting him. This was because of the connection between the royal family and the army. After all, the royal family owned the army, so he felt comforted enough to just walk onto the site without any proper permission, though he remained skeptical. He walked right up the road. There were Nissan huts all over, dotted on the side of the roads. He still felt cautious, so he took a left up a different road, which led out to a back gate. Once he arrived at this gate, the call box started talking to him, and the man on the phone said, "What are you doing?" Lewis said, "Sorry, I've taken a wrong turn and ended up here." The man said, "Wait there, I'm coming out to you." So Lewis waited for the man to come out. It only took the man about 5 minutes to come around. Once he arrived, he smiled and said people usually do get lost down here. Beyond the gate was a huge lane that led to a forest with a large field at its side. The man gave him some instructions on how to get back to the road, but Lewis didn't quite understand why he hadn't just directed him back the way he had come. The main road was 2 minutes across the barracks. Had he been watching as he had walked across the barracks, Lewis wondered. The man looked suspicious as he opened the gate for Lewis and then closed it again, sending him on his way up into what looked like pure remote countryside. Lewis at this point was convinced that this man was sending him into an unknown challenge. Was it like before on his school trip, Lewis wondered? Was he to trust this man's directions? Lewis walked aimlessly up the lane for half an hour before diverting into a forest. He followed a path and eventually ended up at Nestcliff Hill. He walked up the hill, straight up the steep climb. He remembered this place from childhood. He had had a girlfriend by the name of Lily. He had visited her childhood home at the age of 12, and they had played out on Nestcliff Hill. Lewis got to the top and looked back on himself. The view between the two trees was breathtaking. He turned back around, and in front of him he saw a bench near a signpost. Lewis couldn't believe what he saw. The signpost said Oliver's Point. Was this a clue, he thought to himself? After all, what are the chances of it saying that? Of it being named after his brother? You see, this held even more significance to Lewis because Oliver, his brother, had been in a relationship with Jade, Lily's elder sister, back then too. Lewis knew that he was following one of the Illuminati's cryptic clues. This was made even more clear to him because the voices in his head all laughed and implored Lewis to see reason. Lewis carried on down the path. He felt totally distorted at this point, but was nevertheless eager to continue with this mission. The time was getting on, and it was around 6:30. He eventually found Kynaston Cave. He stopped to read the information poster and learnt that this cave had been home to a real-life Robin Hood. Lewis actually saw this as another clue because of Walt Disney's cartoon, Robin Hood. He couldn't believe it. This was too much for Lewis. These clues that would seem daft to the average person were really resonating with him. They were, after all, supposed to be cryptic messages from the Illuminati. Walt Disney had played a huge role in this curation. "Yes, you're right to believe this message," said Queen Victoria. Lewis was psyched. It was all making sense to him. He wandered on further until he found another signpost that directed him to a place named the Cliff. After about another hour and 20 minutes of walking up and down hills, he eventually found the place called the Cliff. He walked through a path that was surrounded by thin trees, and then came across a side of houses. It was so remote here that Lewis wondered how anyone could ever get a car around to this place. He took a left and walked up a grassy bank. There was a beautiful forest of trees way in the distance to his left. Even further behind sat a mountain. And then, straight in front was a horizon that stretched as far as the eye could see, with fields and trees dotted all over. The sun was going down now, and the place looked really sinister. He noticed an odd-shaped stone over on the right, by the cliff edge, just next to the dirt path. A memory came rushing back to him. He had been here before. When he had played out with Lily, they had come to this stone. Had Lily been showing him this stone for some important reason, he wondered. He moved in for a closer look. As he did, Lily's voice popped into his head and said, "You were so unfit." Then she just hysterically started laughing. Oliver also popped up and said, "I had to force her to go out with you." Lewis suddenly had memories of playing with Lily. He remembered how out of breath he got whilst running around with her, and how unfazed she seemed. He shook his head clear of these thoughts and approached the stone. The stone was a triangular shape, with its base being wider than its top, which was flat with an iron component right in the middle. There was a hole on the back, about a third of the way up, and on the front was another small iron structure, right at the bottom. Above that, there was a bigger squared indent, a rectangle, in a portrait position. Lewis sat down next to it. What is this thing? He thought. That's it, Willoweye said. That's what? Lewis asked. Think about it, Willoweye replied. Lewis did think about it for 1 minute before he pieced it together. That's my stone, isn't it? Lewis said. Excalibur is inside. This is my sword and stone, isn't it? Lewis went on. Bingo, Willoweye replied. Then how do I get inside it? Lewis screeched aloud. Excitement overcame him. He was so beyond delusional at this point. He noticed that the small squared iron component had smaller square holes at the top and one hole in the middle with an arrow pointing up to it. It seemed to Lewis at the time as if he was supposed to place his fingers into the holes and use these holes as a method to break his own knuckles. By placing his fingers and bending his wrist back. It would have been totally doable if he was a lunatic. The reason why he thought this is because of the narrow hole on the backhand side of the stone. His wrist and forearm were skinny enough to fit up there, as he saw it. It was just his knuckle that prevented his hand from fitting. He thought that this was some sort of sick joke that the Illuminati were playing on him. He just wasn't prepared to do it. The voices were silent as he was thinking about this stuff. He knew there was no way that there was an actual sword in there, so he was quite quick to think that it was some type of drug that would turn him into a beast, making him the sword. He knew that this was so because of the initials that were carved into the small iron square at the bottom. They read in order OSBM S3126. He assumed that this was a code. Lewis's interpretation was this. He believed that if you sounded out the letters with phonics, you got the word Osama. The S was to Lewis a play on his lisp. The letter 3 meant free. The letter 1 meant want. The letter 2 meant two. And the number 6 was a play on the Antichrist. Altogether, interpreting this code was Osama bin Laden, Lewis free, want to Antichrist. So, in other words, suicide bomb and become free and turn into the Antichrist. This is why Lewis was so convinced that he needed to break his own hand. He knew that there would be an elixir inside that would heal him. As long as he had the capability to reach up the back and push through the hole, moving the iron component out of the top. Lewis stared intently at the stone. He didn't even second guess himself. This was real to him. Nobody would be able to convince him otherwise. His phone began to ring. It was his mother. She said, "Where are you?" Lewis replied, "I'm at a place called The Cliff, at the back of Nestcliff Hill. Your dad is coming to pick you up," she went on. "Make your way back to Nestcliff to meet him." "Okay," said Lewis. Then he hung up. He took another look at the stone, and the thought suddenly assembled. I can cut into the stone with a chisel and a mallet, just like a stonemason, he thought. Perfect. You've got the right idea, Willoweye said. Lewis thought about this even harder. Was this what was expected of him all along? Is this why YouTube had added that context to his one YouTube video, with information about stonemasons? Was it another cryptic clue? Was he supposed to cut the stone rather than pull a physical sword out like Arthur? He embraced the stone one more time before setting off to meet his father. On the walk, all sorts of conversation occurred between himself and the voices. The main premise of these conversations was that he was indeed the new king, and that he was supposed to find that stone. Every clue up till this point was leading him to this revelation. It was dark out now, and he was pressing on through the forest. His dad rang him. He quickly answered and told him that he was about 20 minutes away from Nestcliff. After speaking to his dad on the phone, his mum and dad and elder brother all began speaking to him through his thoughts. They were telling Lewis about Oliver's transition as he became a soldier, his early introduction to secrets that the army kept, and revealed to him because of his connection to the royal family. "Why do you think I was chosen to be a member of the household cavalry?" Oliver said. "He was always my favourite son," his mother interrupted. Lewis got visions of Oliver running down a track. He could see from Oliver's point of view as the dark assault course turned his vision into polygon, showing Oliver a blueprint and an extraordinary enhanced vision. "I was made aware of other senses," Oliver said. Lewis thought more about the stone, and he realized that the Illuminati had tested him with two options, a bit of a dichotomy between evil and good. Yes, Lewis could have rushed into his transformation by breaking his hand, or he could have chosen the other option, the pure option. Both results reminded him of the secret discipline preached by the voices that spoke to him. And the lesson Lewis took away here was one he had heard during his time watching Masons talk about the art of cutting stone. This was a discipline that taught patience, because if you don't embody the stone that you cut, you won't be as cold and hard as the stone, and you'll instead cripple beneath its might. Lewis reached Nestcliff. He saw a petrol station. on the opposite side of the road. His dad's car was pulled up next to it. He ran across to meet his dad. His dad wound the window down to greet Lewis and told him to hop in. So Lewis ran around the outside of the car and jumped into the passenger seat. It was whilst driving in pure silence that Lewis heard his dad speak to him through his thoughts. He said, "Relax, son, it's me." Lewis realised that Prince Richard was embodying his dad, or his dad was Prince Richard. He couldn't tell the difference. He just knew that his father was royalty. It was pitch black outside of the car as they drove down countryside roads, and on the inside, the interior of the car, lights glowed off the dashboard onto his father's face, so Lewis could just about make out his appearance. He looked entitled, as if he did represent a very regal nature. The voices laughed at Lewis as he began to blush. "Be cool, son," his father internally said. Lewis couldn't believe what was happening. He was sat in the car with royalty. It was too much for him. Lewis didn't say anything aloud. He wanted to confront his father but felt way too unsure about the truth. Really, Lewis wouldn't dare confront his father on this matter in case his dad would think that he was insane. They soon arrived back at Lewis's house. They shook hands as they always did, and Lewis jumped out of the car waving goodbye. It was an unspoken formality that his dad had taught him. They'd always shook hands as a way to say goodbye. He was still totally shocked by the realization that his dad was actually royalty. A few days passed, and Lewis had been prepping a plan together, ready to revisit the cliff and the stone. Though he saw a YouTube video that was randomly recommended to him, he couldn't believe what he saw. Another stone in the exact same shape as the one he had seen. Only this one was up the Wrekin, a huge mountain. The video he had watched involved downhill bikers, and they had just happened to pass the stone. Lewis had seen it, and knew that it was another cryptic clue that he had to follow. The next day he decided to confront his mother and tell her his plans. Chapter 4: The Wrekin. "Lewis, please don't go," his mother cried out. "I'm an adult, and I have to follow this riddle," Lewis said. "You're speaking nonsense. I don't understand." Lewis swept out of the door and swiftly shut the door behind himself. Lewis hated doing this to his mum and aunt, but he had no choice. He had to go after his destiny. The winter was cold and harsh. Snow had fallen, and it was difficult to traverse the terrain. Pavements were crammed with thick white snow. "You are doing the right thing," JJ said internally. "Your mum will understand," Willoweye remarked. Lewis had a long, slippery journey ahead. First, he had to pick up some equipment for this mission. He knew exactly what to do. He had made his way after an hour's walk to the store named Homebase. Once there, he navigated his way to the aisle with the objects that he needed. These tools were a chisel and a mallet. He found them quick enough and made his way to the tills. He felt a bit odd buying these tools. However, the people in the shop didn't seem at all sheepish about his purchase. Lewis had wondered whether his mum might have called the police on him. On the way to the store, he had many times worried that they'd stop him on the side of the road, but to his surprise, they did not. Lewis left the store, his paranoia completely deflating, with exhilaration consuming his entire body. He was ready this was going to happen, nothing stood in his way of becoming supernatural. He didn't quite know what to expect. He had beliefs of turning into a beast. If this was true, and if something truly did await him up on that mountain, he had to find it. He had to prove that he wasn't schizophrenic. Could there have really been a group of people who had actually curated all of this? Was he really a descendant of royalty? Such questions that had kept him up at night would finally be answered. Lewis made his way to the train station. This was a long journey. He had to venture across the largest part of the town. The store he had visited to pick up the tools was based in an area called Holskert, and so it was a 40-minute walk to the town centre. This didn't stifle Lewis though. He continuously thought of the job at hand. He reached the station at 8 PM. The barriers were down and the streets were bare. It was a Sunday night after all. Town was always bare on a Sunday night. Lewis walked through the barriers and took a sharp right before walking up the stairs to the platform. There in front of him, his train rested, awaiting its passengers. He walked straight on and sat in the nearest seat that he could find. After about 10 minutes, the train started moving. He was doing it. There was no backing out at this point. Panic once again overcame Lewis, and with that, the voices spoke of getting through this. He settled into disarray and madness, literally accepting this cause with subservience. He was only on the train for one stop. The very next stop was a small town named Wellington, and so the journey only took 10 to 15 minutes. He got off the train. The platform was well lit, but when he travelled down the road, some of the streetlights began to dim. The pavements were slippery. Many people had clearly crunched the snow flat during the daytime. As a result, he slipped around a lot. It was almost quite dangerous. It took around 15 minutes to get out of the town centre and into the housing estates. Wellington is quite a small town, and you can easily reach the outskirts in a small amount of time. Lewis passed a pub, walked up the street a small stretch, and then finally saw it, the Wrekin, the mountain he was attempting to reach. In the pitch black dark, it oozed. It seemed as if it was alive, a giant whale beyond the houses. Fear clutched at Lewis's gut. A great deal of regret swarmed over him, uncertainty and a lack of clarity. However, he persevered through this feeling. He knew what he was here for. He had to gain those supernatural abilities. He knew that sacrifices had to be made. His vulnerability was mere deception, one that he would not allow to cloud his judgment. He walked up hill after hill, still moving his way through Wellington town. To his surprise, his mother had made no effort to contact him. It was 9 PM now. This fact eased his worries. He dully convinced himself that she knew that what he was doing was right, even if she didn't understand. He eventually found his way to a bridge that took him over the motorway. This road led to an actual pitch black path. He span to look back at the way he had come. Lights flitted around the town of Wellington. He was truly walking into the unknown at this point. The road was long, but as he moved uphill, he could still see the town through the trees. and it gave him comfort. It's unexplainable just how many feelings were flooding through his body. Fear, exhilaration, doubt, excitement. He was off the grid, completely surrounded by countryside in the dark and in the snow, which by the way was thick up here. His fingers froze, his cheeks must have been red. The homely comforts that Lewis had taken for granted felt like a long way away now. He found the end of the road and bared left. A short distance up the road he found a hotel. The place was enormous and well lit. Again, this provided some comfort for Lewis. Alone out in the wilderness, the hotel still seemed somehow alienating to him. It didn't matter much though, as he had to walk on. A short way down another road, he found a crossroads, and just across this crossroads was the entrance to the countryside walk that led up to the Wrekin. He knew this place well. Many times in the past he had visited this destination with family, once even on Christmas Day, a few years before. He started the walk up the steep snowy path. Big rocks made this exhausting journey doable. Like a set of stairs, he lifted his legs up from one rock to another. Eventually he reached the bend on the path that overlooked the trees. He was level with most of them. The moonlight was strong, and it guided his way. He thought to himself that this wasn't so bad. What was his mother so afraid of? If only she could see how easy and doable this adventure was. Lewis, after all, was a thrill seeker. There's a shop halfway up on this walk. As a boy, Lewis had bought sweets from the shop. He was walking up towards it, and memories were flooding his mind. Though the reality was quite different. The place was rather spooky at night. Once he passed the shop, he took a few paces up by the trees. He could once again see Wellington town with its lights, only now the town looked tiny. He was, after all, halfway up the Wrekin. The heat was unbearable. He stripped his coat and jumper off, till he was down to nothing more than a t-shirt. This, although very cold out, was relaxing. His body heat was so warm that the ice-cold breeze was nothing more than a light breeze, essential at this point. The next part of the journey was much steeper than the previous half, but he made his way up, huffing and puffing the whole time. Wellington remained in his peripheral sight. After a while he reached a cluster of trees, and in the distance he could see a radio tower that sits at the top of the Wrekin. An extremely bright red light was transmitting on and off. This scared Lewis as he approached it. To him, at the time, with what he understood about technology, it seemed like a god, a deity, that was surveying his movements. Lewis stealthily headed closer to the now enormous tower. He bent his neck right back as he squatted around it. The light flashed again, and Lewis fell to his knees. His heart was pounding. The wind now was blowing at Lewis at what felt like 40 miles per hour. It felt as if it could knock him off the mountainside. The tower stood strong over the top of Wellington. Whilst on his knees, Lewis pressed his hands into the air and said aloud, "I'm getting around you. I have to." He got back onto his feet, with the hood of his coat blowing furiously against his neck. He had of course put his coat back on. The wind was strong and it whipped his hair all over. This was the last obstacle, and Lewis knew it. He again pulled himself together and laughed as he walked around the tower's side, although still vigilantly. Finally he could see the stone. It stood at the mountain's edge. The same stone he had seen on the internet video. The last cryptic message Lewis had received. He took a knee, threw his bag over his shoulder and removed his tools, the wind still blazing and pulling at him. The stone was exactly as he remembered it, a structure that had been constructed as an art installation, like the others he had seen. This structure seemed to have no significance. What is this thing, he thought to himself. He knew that there was no way he'd be breaking his wrist and hand to reach into the hole at the back of it. No, he was going through the top, cutting the stone like the masons. How unfair, he thought to himself. In the tale of King Arthur, he had only had to pull the sword from the stone. A great metaphor nevertheless, for this potion or elixir that would turn me, myself, into a beast. He just had to figure out how to get the damn thing out. He flung his backpack back onto his shoulders and approached the stone. He stood on the platform that lay beneath it. This particular stone was different from the other one that he had seen, and it was because of that platform that he now stood upon. Though like the other one that he had seen, this one too had a circular iron piece, a component right in the center. However, as he carefully stuck his chisel into place and lifted his right arm with the mallet ready to attack, the wind raced once again, knocking him back off his step and completely clearing his hat from off his head. Gusts blew it deep into the unknown. His ears froze. He thought nothing of his hat and stepped back onto the platform. The cold was unbearable, but he carried on, smacking the chisel against the cold stone. He spent hours working his way around the circumference of the iron component, quite often catching his own fist instead of the chisel top. The pain was agonizing, but he pressed on. He would angle the chisel on its side to really chip away at the stone. This is where the brutal misses caught his hand, though it was the best method, and after 3 brutal hours, he had cut a thin circle around the iron component. He went back over his work, only this time he busted through the stone and found a hollow edge in between the iron component and the actual stone. An ecstatic buzz overcame him once again, knocking him out of his ironically peaceful trance. He knew it was true. This was a lid. The stone was hollow. It had in it a fused container. He quickly bashed around the rest of the thinned out stone, waddling the chisel from side to side. Then he got on top of the stone, both feet, as he squatted and held his balance by placing and clutching his fingers into the indented grooves that belonged to the iron component. With all his effort, he tried to force it from its sealed position. The wind picked up again, blowing him off balance, and he fell to his side, cracking his ribs against the stone platform on the floor. He rolled over, screaming out in pain. "Bro, get up," JJ said. Lewis didn't respond. but he did manage to get back up onto his feet. The pain was unbelievable. "Try twisting it," Willoweye said. Again, without thinking, Lewis made his way back onto the platform and used the right hand side of his body to twist the iron component. It took some effort and seemed as if it wouldn't budge, so he travelled through the pain as he lifted his other hand onto the component and began to twist with two hands, extending his body over and pushing it with his weight. It finally moved. Lewis's eyes sprang open. "It's bloody real," he thought. And like that, he was able to push through the pain. Internal laughter arose. "See?" JJ said. The component loosened like a bolt, and before long Lewis was twisting it with two fingers, still perched over the stone in agony. Steam rose out of its center, and as Lewis pulled, he saw a green vial in the middle with gooey liquid. At the very bottom there was a handle. He twisted the handle, and the gooey liquid came rushing out, splattering all over the ground, hitting Lewis's feet. He didn't care, even slightly. He could see the tube that contained the drug in the middle. He twisted the last vial, dropping the iron structure that sat on top, falling to the ground near his feet this time. He dropped the small container out of the vial into his hands. The sun was rising from the east. Hours had passed in this endeavour. It was early morning now. The wind had died down a bit. Lewis looked over this container. It was a small vial with an orange-brown liquid inside, and a thin liquid on its top. He actually hesitated at the idea of drinking this drug. Everything that had led him up to this situation had become true, and here he stood on top of a mountain in the early morning light, indecisive. "What are you waiting for?" Willoweye screamed. "It's just a lot, you know." The shock and realization was so much for him. "How can this be real?" he said. He sat down on the ground, staring at the vial. "It's now or never," JJ said. Without thinking, he pulled off the lid, looked at it briefly, and then drank, slinging it back and throwing the vial across the hilltop. The taste was dreadful, like whiskey, only 10 times more extreme. But there wasn't much, and he drank the whole thing. "How do you feel?" Willoweye laughed. "Fine," he replied, then stood up, forgetting his ribs. The pain clanked at him, and he fell back to the ground. Only this time, he blacked out, only briefly. He came back too, but his vision was impaired. He saw static everywhere, like a television without signal. He no longer felt pain. He couldn't feel anything. Some time passed, and he barely felt any emotion or held any thought. A sense of knowing surrounded him as his vision began to repair, like resolution on a screen. Only now, the light and scenery held so much vibrance. He felt his body, but it was different. It felt thin and fuzzily. He stretched out to see his hand, and as he motioned, his arm broke up into pixels, and then reformed. "Whoa," he said aloud. He motioned with the other arm, and the same thing happened. Then he waved his hand out in front of his face. The separation of his limbs didn't spook him even slightly. "What a trip," he said. He heard more internal laughter. "Now go," JJ commanded. Lewis made one effort to move forward, and his whole body diffused and reassembled after leaping about 7 meters ahead of himself. "This is insane," he thought. "Yeah, baby," Willoway replied. Lewis teleported from place to place, trying to get a handle on his movement. He crashed into a tree about 20 feet down the hill from his original position, but he felt nothing. His body separated into two clusters, and both halves made their way around the tree bark. Once his body reformed, he got a grip on things and held himself together. This time, not teleporting, but running insanely fast down the hill. It must have been about 70 miles per hour. He avoided trees as he went. Gravity felt obsolete during this movement. He was down the hill now. He effortlessly hopped over a gate. Again, his body deforming and rearranging as he landed and sped off. Only now he was at the road, still surrounded by trees and country. He briefly stopped, and out of nowhere a car came speeding down this road, hitting him as he was still assembling. Again he disappeared and reassembled on the left-hand side of the car. The car was still in motion, skidded and came to a stop, about 3 feet away from Lewis. The driver stared intently at Lewis. He looked as white as a ghost. Lewis stared back. "Go!" JJ shouted, and off Lewis went, leaping over the opposite gate and traversing through the fringe of the forest. Lewis stopped in the forest. Right, what's actually happening to me? Can I know now? Haha, yes, of course, said JJ. He went on. You've consumed nanobots, a nanoscopic self-propelled machine that has connected your neurons and synapses to the cloud in real time. You can literally connect to the internet through your thoughts. Not just that, but they will have reproduced and caused a metamorphosis of cell membranes and tissues, giving your full anatomy a completely supernatural form. You have super speed, super strength, and even an ability to shapeshift. How? Lewis replied. I don't know, but try thinking about the internet. You need to make your way to London. Right, but don't I need to sleep and eat? No, you don't, said Willoway. Okay, Lewis replied. Lewis thought of the internet like he was instructed. Suddenly, a small screen appeared in the top right of his left eye. No way, he thought. It took a minute, but the Google engine formed right there on the screen. He didn't even have to navigate it with a cursor. He simply thought route to London, and the text appeared in the search bar. You can't exactly run down the motorway, though, said JJ. You need a route through the countryside. What about London then? How will I get there? Lewis said. You're going to learn how to shapeshift before then. You can fly in as a pigeon or something, Willoway said. Haha, what? Lewis replied. Why not now then? I could fly the whole way. He went on. Do you know how to do it? No, I didn't think so. You will have to learn on the road, Willoway snapped. Lewis tried to find a route, but every time he tried, it directed him through Birmingham. Damn internet, he said internally. Okay, you're going to have to improvise, said JJ. Follow the Welsh border, Fern said. Where have you been? Lewis said. Have you seen what's happened to me? Yep, she said. It's all going to plan. Lewis began moving again, rinsing out through the trees and running across a huge field that he cleared in under 2 minutes. He found his way to a small village named Little Wenlock. He slid around the side of the hedge and began walking down the road. He knew that he'd have to keep up the pretense of human qualities, although it was still very early in the day. He was soon through the village and back in the field, sprinting to his heart's content. He kept a picture of Google Maps in the top left of his vision. He was simply going to have to travel by eye and make his way to Gloucestershire. Fortunately, he did seem to have a GPS tracking his location. and so he had an arrow on the screen following this position. This made the journey possible. He wasn't moving by car, so he couldn't just follow the route set out for him. He found it fun, following a map in this fashion. It reminded him of playing video games. He was soon at a tiny village named Wyke, and again he had to stop running to walk through the village. He had decided that he'd travel village to village and walk each of them until he found a way out onto the open fields and forests. He headed southeast and came across a place named Posenhall. Then, as he made his way out of there, he began to run in a field before noticing a tractor. Just before the driver of the tractor looked at him, his body suddenly dispersed by itself, and he reformed on the back of the tractor. Shock overcame him, as this was totally out of his control. The man in the tractor was oblivious to his being there. The tractor pivoted around a corner and Lewis leapt off the back into a nearby bush. Once again in the bush, his body separated into particles, about 7 different clusters this time, and each of these clusters weaved up and down and around the branches. Lewis again had no control over this. It was as if something else was in control of his movements. He was pushed through the hedge's edge, still in a disassembled form. When he reformed, he was laid flat on his face. He felt something moving up his throat. It felt hot, and he felt as if he was about to vomit. So he lifted himself up slightly. His torso was still pressed against the ground, but he propped himself into position to throw up. The sun was high in the sky now. It was midday. He was located on a dirt track near a lake. Nobody else was around. He retched several times, and finally a big glowing ball came out of his mouth, covered in saliva. It darted into the air and flew around Lewis's head. Lewis was gobsmacked. What was this, he thought. "I'm Xavier," a voice said. "Is that you, glowing ball?" Lewis said. "Yes," it said. "I'm your artificial intelligence guide." "What, really?" Lewis said. It flew right up close to Lewis's face and said, "What do you think, silly?" Its voice resembled a young girl. "Well, you aren't the weirdest thing I've seen today," Lewis said. "Did you do that just now?" Lewis asked. "Do what?" Xavier replied. "The thing with the tractor," Lewis said. "Oh yeah, I did. You were about to get caught, silly," said Xavier. She went on. "You know, you are zigzagging all over the place. If you want to go to London, it would be much easier to go by car, silly." "Well, unless you can turn yourself into a car, we are screwed," Lewis said. "I can, silly." "Wait, what, really?" Lewis replied. "Yes!" Xavier screamed. And just like that, she dispersed into millions of pieces and regrouped as a silver Hyundai Civic. "Oh snap!" Lewis said, and jumped into the driver's seat. Xavier spun the car around, skidding as she moved, and then rallied the two of them off onto the B4375. She drove down to Bridgnorth. Lewis began to fidget as they drove into Bridgnorth. He felt okay out in the countryside, but now, with the build of traffic and urban life, he began to worry that people would recognize that something was off. What if he accidentally defragmented again, he thought. "Don't worry," Xavier internally said. "You're safe with me." She did control the car very well. It would have been impossible to differentiate this car from any other driver. "Just keep your hands on the wheel and make it look like you're controlling the car," she said. Lewis did keep his hands on the steering wheel. His hands span in motion with the automated movements that Xavier controlled. They pulled up to the traffic lights, and Lewis did his best to act as if he belonged. He didn't even have a driving license. The passengers in the nearby car looked across at him. He could see their motion in the corner of his eye, and he looked across, giving a sheepish smile. The woman and the man smiled back, and Xavier pulled off from the traffic lights. "See? You're doing it," Xavier said. Lewis let out a puff of air and relaxed back into his seat. "How long till London?" he asked. "About 3.5 hours, she said. They were driving down the A458 now. "Where have the others gone?" Lewis asked. "Why can't I hear them?" "Because of the singularity," she replied. "The singular what?" Lewis said. "The singularity, silly. Look it up," Xavier said. "Right, okay," Lewis said. Lewis went back to his search engine and fought singularity. The context loaded up and described the singularity as being the state, fact, or quality of being singular. "Now look up the technological singularity," Xavier said. And so he fought technological singularity, and the results were disturbing. It described the rise of machines being an uncontrollable force, with intellect being far vaster than human capabilities. That's the spooky definition. The truth is that all machines are connected, and you are talking to me, but through me, everyone hears. The singularity makes it so that we all know everything all at once, Xavier said. "Like a god," Lewis replied. "Kind of, yeah," Xavier said. "Then why can't I hear and see everything?" Lewis asked. "Because you're not supposed to yet, silly," Xavier said. "Oh," Lewis replied. They drove in silence for the next 2 hours, listening to music. Xavier was able to play his favourite liquid drum and bass tracks. There was a dashboard in the car, but no CD player. He didn't quite understand where the music was coming from. She had just started playing it without him needing to ask. They were near a village named Bicester, travelling around the outskirts. Lewis looked out of the window of the car. He always admired the speed at which trees and other scenery zoomed past. And now, he was able to move as fast as a car on 2 legs. He reflected greatly on the Rican and remembered the conversation he had with his mother. Why hadn't she tried to contact him? He wondered. He felt bad, but the excitement was overpowering any negativity that he felt. "Why don't you sleep for a bit?" Xavier said. Lewis did feel tired. "I thought that I didn't need to sleep or eat," he asked. "It's optional," Xavier replied. Lewis did feel as if he could tap into a place that kept him wired and energetic, but he also felt like he could sleep. So he decided he would sleep. "Okay, I'm going to sleep for a bit." "But wait, don't I need to stay awake to make it look like I'm driving?" Lewis asked. "Nope, I can keep you propped up. Besides, your body knows what to do. It's called a subconscious, you know." Xavier laughed. "Oh right, weird," Lewis said, and he slowly began to fall asleep. However, his body stayed upright, and his hands remained clutched to the wheel. "Wake up, sleepy," Xavier said. Lewis flashed back into his own mind. He had been in a total blackout. His eyes didn't open because they had remained open the whole time that he was asleep. So he just came back too. But He didn't dream at all. He had no recollection of any dream. "Where are we?" he asked. "We're in London," Xavier said. "On the A40 passing Greenford. We are about 40 minutes away from central London." JJ popped back into Lewis's thoughts and said, "Hey, you are here. Head towards Kensington. I'll give Xavier the address." "Right, okay," Lewis said. "We are going to need a place for Xavier to transform back without pulling any attention to the situation," JJ said. "Got it," Xavier said. 14 Colback Mews, London, England," she went on. They soon arrived in Kensington and found their way to a place called Harrington Gate. Then a short way down the road, they pulled off down a corner that took them to their destination. Colbeck Mews was a quite narrow street with literally no one around. Xavier stopped the car and Lewis jumped out. Before he even turned around, Xavier dismantled and reformed back into the shape of a fairy. "You can't fly around like that," Lewis said. "I'm going in your pocket, silly," Xavier replied, and she zoomed into Lewis's right-hand pocket of his coat. "See, snuggly buggly," she said. "Okay, JJ, now what?" Lewis asked. "Head to Stanhope Gardens. It's just down the road. Walk through the gate and find a bench to sit on. I'm coming to meet you," JJ replied. "Okay, perfect," Lewis said. "Yay!" cried Xavier. Lewis found Stanhope Gardens. It was just a short walk down the road. Lewis found the nearest bench and stared ahead of himself. He was only there for 10 minutes before he heard nearby steps, followed by boop. He looked up to his right. It was JJ. Chapter 5. London. JJ was tall with cornrows. He wore smart sports gear. "Hello," Lewis said. "No time for formalities, bro," JJ said. "I've got important news," he went on. "What?" Lewis asked. "The Queen's dead. I'm sorry, bro." "Really?" Lewis responded. "Yeah, she passed this morning in her sleep." Lewis looked towards the ground and wondered what this meant. He felt as if he had lost his nan all over again. Tears started streaming down Lewis's cheeks. "We can't stay here, Lewis," JJ said. Lewis wiped the tears off his cheeks and said, "Right, where are we going?" "We have a place. The crew want to meet you." They began walking and made their way to Gloucester Road Underground Station. During this short journey, JJ was stopped by 5 separate people who recognized him, despite him wearing his hood up. They each asked for a photograph, but JJ brushed them off by saying, "I'm in a rush. I need to be somewhere important." They looked upset, but didn't make a fuss. Lewis hung back during these interactions. Whilst on the tube, Lewis thought about Queen Victoria more. He hoped that she'd telepathically talk back to him, but she never did. He didn't understand why he felt this way. He hadn't even known her. Lewis had actually seen her one time in person. It was his first time in London when he was 18. He had visited because his brother was a guard in the Household Cavalry. Lewis had been to see Buckingham Palace with his family, and as he was making his way across Knightsbridge, she had been escorted down the road. Lewis had stood on the pavement in the middle of the road. He had noticed the Union Jack flag flapping from the car's top. As she passed, they caught eye contact. They had been centimeters away from each other. Lewis wondered whether she had set that up. There was no way that it was just by chance. Lewis and JJ sat riding the tube in silence. Xavier squirmed around in Lewis's pocket, but made no noise. They got off the underground at Green Park Station, which wasn't actually that far. It took them to Mayfair. JJ led Lewis to Stafford Street, and then took him into a block of flats. They went up to the 3rd floor and then entered a flat. Inside, the living room had large sash windows that were framed by long curtains. The kitchen was compact, but efficiently laid out. It was a small space. Larry was waiting inside. He was sat by the window playing video games on the television. He had short blonde hair and wore trendy sports gear. JJ slammed the door behind them to grab his attention. "Whoa! You're here!" he yelled. "No way!" he went on. "What's up?" Lewis replied. "Have a seat, Your Highness," Larry yelled. "Your Highness," Lewis replied. "Your Royalty," JJ said. JJ had made his way over to the fridge and pulled out a fruit juice. "So, it's all true then? I really am royalty?" Lewis asked. As he said that, Xavier came rushing out of Lewis's pocket. She shook herself rapidly and then said, "Of course you're royalty, silly!" Larry sat, wide-eyed, watching Xavier. JJ was smirking. Lewis sat down on the sofa and said, "I can't believe it." "You're next in line to be king," Larry yelped. There was a knock at the door. JJ quickly answered. It was Robert, Tony, Tom, and Nick. "Hey guys," JJ laughed. They all stood looking at Lewis with shock on their faces. They all spoke with each other for an hour, but they all had to leave for a video shoot. JJ told Lewis that he needed to be at New Cavendish Street in Marylebone for 7 p.m. He told him to wait outside a place called Moorfields Private Eye Centre. He said that there was a surprise there at that time. They had left Lewis outside the block of flats and gone off for their video shoot. The time was 5:30 in the afternoon and dark, with it being winter. Lewis had some time to kill, so he decided to go look at Buckingham Palace. He used the internal search engine to find a route on Google Maps, then walked there. It took him 12 minutes. Xavier was back in his pocket, making no noise. When he arrived, he walked up to the front gates and stared into the grounds. He still couldn't believe that he would one day be inside those halls. It was truly unbelievable. It was extremely crowded around the front of the palace. Lewis wondered what it would be like to have all of that space as he looked through the gates onto the grounds. He made his way down the mall and eventually stopped to stand up against one of the trees there. He fought with Xavier and they spoke about the future. He asked her what to expect and she said, "Royalties!" Lewis laughed at this. An hour passed and he had only half an hour till his mystery surprise. So he got up and made his way to New Cavendish Street. He arrived 15 minutes late and found the private eye clinic. Outside there stood a man with a sign that said Lewis on it. He stood in front of a massive Bentley. The man was impeccably dressed. He wore a tailored black suit with polished shoes and a crisp white shirt. Lewis walked up to him and said, "Hi, I'm Lewis." The man grinned and said, "Please jump in." Lewis knew that there was a surprise, but he was shocked at this man's leniency. Lewis could have been anyone. Once in the car, the driver turned back and said, "I'm Roger. I work for the Royals, and I know everything." Xavier leaped out of Lewis's pocket and said, "Yay!" Then the driver said, "Accept that." It was fortunate that the windows of the Bentley were tinted, otherwise Xavier could have been easily spotted. He informed Lewis that he was booked in to stay at a hotel as they were driving to Scotland to meet with the Royals. But because it was such a long journey, they had booked a really nice hotel for him to stay at for the night before travelling up the next day. The streets were dark. Lewis had no idea where he was going. Then the driver turned into St. Pancras Hotel. Lewis was astonished. He had seen this hotel a long time ago when he had visited his friend Kwame in London, a childhood friend of his who was studying at a university. They had passed the place by, and Lewis had wondered how it might feel to stay in a place like that. The driver stopped and said, "You're all booked in, everything is paid for." Then he informed Lewis that he'd pick him up tomorrow whenever he was ready to leave, and said that they would be escorted by a police car too. He left him a card with a contact number and wished him a good night. Then Lewis watched as he drove off, before turning back and taking in the brilliance of the place. It was a Gothic-styled building with towered spirals. To Lewis, it looked like a castle. Lewis walked inside and found a grand entrance hall with a soaring, ornate ceiling and lavish interiors that blend Victorian opulence with contemporary luxury. The lobby was highlighted by elegant chandeliers, rich wood paneling, and a magnificent staircase. Lewis walked to the front desk and said, "I have reservations." The man looked at him sternly, then said, "Name please." Lewis assumed that he was judging his clothes. He quickly said, "Lewis Albert Williams." The man looked at his computer and then finally looked up with a smile and said, "Ah, the master suite under the clock tower." Lewis said, "Yes, that's right." "And all meals paid for," the man went on. "Of course," Lewis said with a grin. The man escorted Lewis to the master suite and handed him a keycard. He told Lewis that if he needed any assistance, he simply needed to use the phone in the room to ring the front desk. Then he left and Xavier popped out of Lewis's pocket into the room saying, "Finally!" She flew around the side of the bookshelf, looking at all of the titles, and said, "Are you planning to read?" "No, of course not," Lewis said. Then she flew up to the window and said, "Whoa!" Lewis followed her over and too took a look out at the view. It was fairly remarkable. They could see into King's Cross station. Lewis and Xavier hung out for a while, and Lewis had a bath. Afterwards, Xavier jumped back into Lewis's pocket, and they headed down to the handsome lounge for some food. Lewis had a healthy serving of roast beef with dumplings, mashed potato, and Yorkshire puddings. For dessert, he had chocolate fudge cake with ice cream. After this, he stayed up late till 3 AM. He was really nervous about meeting the royals. He didn't know what to expect. He had all sorts of ideas. He did eventually fall asleep though, and woke up at 2 in the afternoon. He sat up in his bed and saw Xavier hovering by the window. She was staring out at all the people down below. "Like what you see?" Lewis asked. "Uh-huh," she replied. She turned around and flew towards Lewis. "You slept for an eternity," she said. "I know, I was really tired," Lewis replied. "The man is waiting to take us to Scotland," she yelled. Lewis was feeling kind of smug and said, "He can wait. I'm a royal now." "Whatever," Xavier replied. "I'm getting some brunch," Lewis went on. "Okay, but hurry up," Xavier snapped. Lewis quickly got dressed and made his way downstairs. Once there, he had pain au chocolat, followed with some scrambled eggs on toast, with a glass of orange juice. Then, he got back to the room and called the contact number Roger had given him the night before. The driver told Lewis that he would be around for him in half an hour. When he arrived, he rang Lewis and told him that he was ready at the front door. Lewis made his way down to the front desk and handed in the keycard. He thanked them for his day and then briskly headed for the car. A police car sat just behind the Bentley. The driver jumped out and opened the door for Lewis. Lewis got into the car, then once the driver was back in, he told Lewis that the police car was here to escort us to Balmoral Castle. He also told Lewis that it was a 9-hour trip, and they began moving. 9 hours was an understatement when you consider all of the London traffic that they had to sit in. After a long drive up to Birmingham, they were travelling up the M42, and Lewis began to reflect on his family. Being in Birmingham reminded him of the M54 route, which he knew well because of the journey he frequently took back from Portsmouth as a child. It was always 40 minutes back to Shrewsbury from Birmingham. First, you'd pass Wolverhampton, then Telford, and then finally arrive at Shrewsbury. What did his family think of his disappearance, he wondered. Just as he thought that, Xavier mentally told Lewis that they knew everything, and that they were happy for him. Then Lewis's mother popped into his head and told him how proud she was of him. His father also told him nice things. To sum it up, they basically wished him all the luck in the world as a new king. They said they didn't know when they'd see him again, but for Lewis to do them proud. It was dark outside of the car. Lewis lay his head back and watched the street lamps flicker and fidget as the car zoomed past. This is something that he did as a young boy when he took those long trips to Portsmouth. And as he watched the streetlights, all of his worries slipped away. Chapter 6: Balmoral Castle. The escorted car drove up the A93. It was pitch black outside, but Lewis could see the moonlight sparkling against the surface of the River Dee, which ran parallel with the road. "We are almost here, Your Majesty," the driver said. "Yay, whipped Xavier, who was flying around the back of the massive Bentley, spinning in loops and twirls. They were soon taking a right down over a narrow bridge that crossed the River Dee. Lewis looked out at the river. It looked fierce. Then they came to the front gates of the castle. Just across on the other side, nestled in the hedge, was a large Victorian lantern that lit the gates and bushes around it. The large black gates opened up on cue as the driver pulled up to them. Lewis looked out as they passed, and he noticed the initials on the gate that read MR. The driver drove up the driveway slowly. Trees covered both sides of the road as they bared left around the curve of the drive. The anticipation was killing Lewis. He didn't know what to expect. Soon, the trees opened up, revealing many lights on an open field. There were people, hundreds of them, all spread out across the field that sat in front of Balmoral Castle. People were flinging fire around, dancing and spinning around the flames. Lewis stared out of the car with astonishment. "This is all for me," he thought. "Uh-huh," Xavier laughed. They were gradually pulling closer to the castle. It was ginormous and very well lit. People were close to the car now, smiling and appraising Lewis on the side of the field. He didn't recognize anyone that he knew. The closest of them to the car were wearing black robes with their hoods pulled up. He gently waved back at these people. Then the car took a right around the front of the castle and came to a stop. "We are here, Your Majesty," the driver said. Lewis looked down at the handle of the car and hesitated. "What are you waiting for?" screamed Xavier. "Oh right, yeah," Lewis replied. He gulped and opened the door slowly. He got out of the car and stood facing the crowd of people on the field. He gave them another wave, then sharply turned to shut the door. Xavier flew out faster than a rocket and levitated above Lewis's shoulder. The car drove off slowly. Lewis looked up at the castle. It was tall and grey, with towers that led to extremely high points, with pinnacles at their top. Lewis heard a voice from afar. "Ah, sire, you have arrived." Lewis looked down to see a man dressed in silk and fine wool ornamented with lace, ribbons and fur. He was in his late 40s with grey hair and he wore glasses. He approached Lewis and said, "If you'd please follow me. My name is Ralph. I am the Regent of His Royal Highness." "Yes, sure, can do," Lewis replied. Ralph led Lewis through the main entrance of the castle, which was grand and imposing. The massive wooden doors reinforced with iron bands. Lanterns hung on either side. "Please, this way," said Ralph. Inside, there was a blend of rich history and warmth. The ceiling was tall, and the walls were filled with hunting trophies, stag antlers, and mounted swords. Lewis walked slowly behind Ralph as he relished in the aesthetics of the place. Xavier also moved slowly, hovering just behind Lewis. They moved deeper into the castle, into the drawing room, which had a mixture of elegance and comfort. The walls were adorned with portraits of past royals, and in the room's centre was a large stone fireplace. "Please, take a seat. His Royal Highness, Prince Richard, shall be along any minute now," Ralph said. Ralph sharply left the room. "So, how are you feeling?" Xavier asked. I don't know, Lewis responded. Then they sat in silence, staring into the fireplace. They sat for 10 minutes before Prince Richard barged into the room. He wore a dark grey suit with a blue tie. He had a good complexion with white hair. Lewis threw himself into a stance. Prince Richard had also come to a halt. They stared at one another for what felt like an eternity. Finally, Prince Richard said, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Oh, that's okay, Lewis replied. Was your journey good? Prince Richard asked. Yes, extremely pleasant. Scotland is beautiful, Lewis said. The tension in the room was unbearable. Even Xavier stooped quietly. Is it your first time in Scotland? No, I took a field trip up here with college some years ago, said Lewis. I know, Prince Richard replied. He pulled a coy smile. Please have a seat, we need to get to business, Prince Richard said. His mood picked up, beholding excitement. Okay, Lewis responded. They both sat down on opposite sides of the oak table. So, you pulled the sword from the stone. You actually did the impossible. I never thought this day would actually come, said Prince Richard. Wasn't it always fated? Lewis asked. Fate is a funny thing, isn't it? Prince Richard rhetorically asked. You pulled the stone, and now you are my successor. You've stolen the crown, he said with a wink. Yeah, why is that? Why is the line breaking? I mean, I have an older brother as well. Why wasn't it him? Lewis asked. Think about the tale of King Arthur. Many people try to pull the stone, but only the worthy is successful, said Prince Richard. You were chosen by the Illuminati. The Illuminati is connected to other realms of existence, he went on. So aliens are real? Lewis asked. Yes, said Prince Richard. And one day you will meet them, he went on. Oh, have you ever met one? Lewis asked. Prince Richard stared at him sternly and said nothing. He quickly changed the subject by saying, I have to leave for London tonight. I'm going by helicopter. Oh, right, Lewis replied. I have to begin the plans for your public exposure. There's a party here that we are holding for you, though. Whilst I'm gone, can I trust you to remain here? You're free to explore the Scottish countryside, though. Put your new skills to use, Prince Richard said with another wink. Yes, of course, I'll remain here, Lewis replied. Good, Prince Richard said. We can speak more once I return. And just like that, Prince Richard span out of his seat and bolted out of the room. Lewis remained in the room speechless. Aliens are real, he thought. He remembered seeing the arrangement of ornaments that had appeared to look like an alien. That time, the year before. Lewis was disturbed from his fantasy. Hello, Your Majesty. I am Lauren. I'm the main housemaid, the woman said. She was a young woman in her late 20s with brunette hair. She wore a white maiden dress. Shall I escort you to your chambers, or would you like to go straight out to meet everyone? I'd like to see where I'm sleeping first, please, Lewis said. Excellent, she replied. Lauren led Lewis upstairs and through a door. These are your quarters, she said. The room was enormous, but it wasn't just one room. It was a whole apartment, with a lounge, dining room, bathroom, and bedroom. Whoa. This is bigger than my house, Lewis said. "It is quite spectacular," Lauren replied. Then she gave a little giggle. "This is home then," Xavier said, bursting through the door and spinning a lap around the room. "Your fairy is quite remarkable," Lauren stated. "Don't let her hear you say that," Lewis replied. "Hey!" Xavier yelled. "You should have a shower. You'll find the facilities are quite grand," Lauren said. "Oh sure, great idea." So off he went into the bathroom. Lauren remained outside, awaiting him in order to escort him to the party. Once Lewis finished in the shower, he threw on his usual clothes, his black t-shirt and jeans. But when he walked into the bedroom, he found that Lauren had laid out a fine black suit across the bed. She popped around the corner and leant against the doorframe. "You'll find that it's perfectly tailored to your size," she said. "No way, how do you know my size?" Lewis replied. "We just do," she said, and then gave out another giggle, leaving the room to leave Lewis to change. He looked into the mirror whilst fashioning his waistcoat. To his surprise, it was a perfect fit. This regal suit was as light as a feather. He fashioned his hair and then made his way around to the lounge, where Lauren and Xavier awaited him. He stumbled in on a conversation they were having. He overheard Lauren say, "He's quite handsome," and then heard Xavier say, "Yeah, if you like that kind of thing." He let out a cough in a playful manner, and Lauren turned around blushing. They simultaneously went, "Whoa." Lewis looked absolutely dashing in his suit with his light auburn hair. Pleased to say, he was feeling himself. He pulled at the cuffs of his white shirt and said, "Shall we get going then?" Lauren escorted Lewis through the castle and down to a staircase. Dozens of people awaited in the garden. First, just a few people turned to greet him, and this was quickly followed by absolutely everyone. Lewis stood in the grand entrance above the staircase and humbly embraced everyone by standing. Xavier levitated above his shoulder. This was followed with an applause from the people. Lauren, whom had walked down the staircase, stood on the side looking back up towards him. She smirked at his confidence. Somebody shouted out from the crowd, "Arthur Windshaw!" Lewis smiled. He wasn't expecting that at all. The combination of the name Windshaw, the second name of the royals, and Arthur, a name from the tale. He liked what he heard. It made him feel entitled. But still, he somewhat wished to be addressed as Lewis. Before he even took his first step down the stair, the people piled towards him. There was a mixture of silence from some people and applause from others. He took the last few steps down the staircase. The garden was symmetrical, with hedgerows, walls, and flowers. The people stood on the pavement that surrounded the garden's complex, though they stood on pavements both to his left and right also. At the back of the garden there was a marquee with dozens more people close by. Lewis was at the bottom of the staircase now, and he was greeted by one man, stuck his hand forward and said, "Freddie Edwards." Lewis embraced him by shaking his hand. Then a woman popped forward from the crowd and said, "Elizabeth Brannings," and followed her remark with a curtsy. Several more people greeted Lewis with handshakes, bows, and curtsies. It all began to become a bit too much. Lauren, who was stood close by, ushered Lewis He followed her through the crowd as each person separated to the edge of the path. She led Lewis to the marquee, where inside he found an arrangement of luxurious and high-quality dishes: caviar, smoked salmon, roasted meats, beef, lamb, and venison, alongside seafood dishes like lobster and king crab. The chefs all wore formal attire, crisp white double-breasted jackets made from high-quality fabrics paired with matching black trousers. They wore the royal insignia. And lastly, they all wore turquoise to demonstrate their statuses in the kitchen. "What would you like to eat, Your Highness?" Lauren asked. "Oh, I'm not sure," Lewis responded. "Take a closer look," Lauren said. Lewis moved in close to the counter. Each chef stared intently at Lewis as he did so. Lewis greeted the chefs and said, "This all looks delicious." They smiled back at him with great enthusiasm. Lewis gestured towards the lamb and said, "This looks especially good though." "Great choice," the closest chef replied. Lewis also had a small helping of mashed potato with gravy poured over the top. The waiter passed with a tray of flutes, all filled with champagne, and offered one to Lewis. He humbly took a glass and made his way to the dining area, where he sat alone to eat. Lauren stood by the side of the marquee, awaiting him as he did so. Xavier remained at Lauren's side. Whilst at the table, he watched the live concert through the opening of the marquee. There were many other people sat dining and watching, but Lewis felt better sitting alone. Lewis was just about finished with his meal when he was approached by a man who subtly moved in, introducing himself as Dr. Steinberg, an American man with a plump complexion and a grey long beard. "May I sit down, Your Highness?" he asked. Lewis was still chewing his food but managed to say, "Yes, of course." The man sat down and placed his flute onto the table, then turned at Lewis with a great big smile and said, "It's an honor to meet you." "Likewise," Lewis said. This was the first one-on-one conversation Lewis had with anyone from the party. He got a bit cheeky and said, "So, you are a member of the Illuminati then?" Dr. Steinberg pulled a reluctant face and said, "We members of the Illuminati don't typically speak of the Illuminati." "What? How do you speak about such things then?" Lewis asked. Dr. Steinberg changed the subject by saying, "You're quite an inquisitive young man." Lewis, who took offense to this, said, "Well, I am to be king, aren't I?" rhetorically. Dr. Steinberg replied by saying, Yes, you are." Then Lewis went on to say, "You can openly discuss the Illuminati with me." "What would you like to know?" Dr. Steinberg asked. Lewis snapped, "Are you a robot?" Dr. Steinberg smiled and said, "Are you one?" He raised his eyebrows at Lewis and said, "If you'd please excuse me." Then he subtly walked away to join people outside the marquee. Lewis sat thinking about what Dr. Steinberg had said. "Of course I'm not a robot," he thought to himself. The hour was late, with it being around 1 o'clock in the morning, and he felt fed up. Lewis wasn't really one for socializing. He walked up to Lauren and Xavier and said, "I'd better be getting to bed." "Why?" Xavier said. Lauren gave him a sympathetic look and then said, "Of course, I'll escort you to your chambers." They quickly walked back through the crowd and up the staircase. Lewis turned back to give everyone another wave. As he did, he noticed Dr. Steinberg in the crowd. He was raising a glass towards Lewis. Then Lewis turned and began to walk up the corridor. What was with that guy, he thought. Oh, someone upset you, Xavier said. Lewis replied by saying, "It's nothing." "Doesn't seem like nothing," Xavier announced. "Just leave it, okay?" Lewis snapped. "I'm tired, it's been a long day," he went on. Lewis woke up. It was 9 AM, and the sun was already shining through the bedroom window. Xavier flew right up to his face and said, "Morning." He laughed and rolled out of bed. He walked up to the dresser drawer, pulled it open, was thinking, "I wonder." He was right. Each drawer had a load of clothes in, all in his favourite plain style: t-shirts, jumpers, jeans, socks, and pants. He threw off the t-shirt that he had slept in and flung it into the washing basket. Then he pulled out some fresh clothes and put them on, a black jumper and a pair of jeans. He styled his hair in the mirror, and as he did so, he heard a knock at the door. "Who is it?" Xavier yelled. Lewis made his way through to the front door and answered. It was Lauren. "Would you like some breakfast, early riser? I heard you two talking." "How?" Lewis said. "Oh, you're one of them, aren't you?" he said again. Lauren gave Lewis a stern look. Then Lewis said, "Oh, never mind. I'm good for breakfast. I'm going straight out to take a look around the Scottish countryside." Then he passed by her and started walking up the corridor. Lauren called out to him as he walked and said, "I am one of them." He looked back and smiled. He didn't care that Lauren was a robot. He just wanted people to be clear with him. Xavier came flying down the corridor after him. "I'm coming with you," she said. "Are you sure you can keep up?" Lewis asked. "Of course, silly," she yelled. "Okay, cool," Lewis replied. Lewis stepped outside of the castle and looked to his right. The field and trees were sublime in the fresh sunlight. There was still frost on the grass. Some areas had already started melting where patches of sunlight hit. The sky was blue and there wasn't a cloud to be seen. Lewis could see a gardener walking up the path. The two of them looked towards each other and waved. Then Lewis took a left. He walked down the path until he was out of sight of anyone. He wasn't sure who he could trust to see him move at sonic speed. All Lewis knew was that he was angsty to get running again. It had been a few days now since the Wrekin and his last open country run. After all, this was Scotland, and he was in the Highlands, a much better playground than Shropshire. He knew that he'd be able to run around to his heart's content. Lewis darted left into a cluster of trees and started moving, streaming like bandwidth. He was surprised to see that Xavier was keeping up with him, and with ease. They both made their way through this cluster of trees, dodging the tree bark when necessary. "Try teleporting," Xavier yelled. Lewis jumped into a sweeping motion and dispersed into tiny fragments, reassembling a little way ahead. Then he returned to his fast pace. Only now they had reached the river. It was wide. Xavier vanished and reappeared across on the other side. Lewis's vision just naturally zoomed in on her across the river. He heard her thoughts say, "Come on, it's easy." So he leapt into teleportation and cleared the river with ease. He could see a huge hill with pine trees tightly bound to one another. They entered the fringe of the forest, slowly. Lewis looked up in both directions. Xavier hovered close by and said, "Come on!" They both began moving again at 90 miles per hour. Lewis moved towards some boulders. Everything was blurring in his peripheral vision as he focused on the upcoming boulder. He got right by it and then shifted his body to the right and went running up a bank of ferns. Lewis leapt onto a tree and then bounded between tree barks, jumping from each one and skimming to the next. "Haha, nice!" Xavier called. They were heading northwest. Lewis wasn't exactly sure where he was going, he just knew that he wanted to reach the mountains. He wanted to clear through the forests. They kept their speed up, it was a consistency. They had reached the hilltop now, and Lewis launched himself up a tree and went climbing in a vertical direction. He reached the top of the tree and hung off its side. He could see for miles. Xavier had flown up alongside him and remained levitating on his left. "Whoa!" Xavier cried. "It sure is something, isn't it?" Lewis replied. "Yeah, huh?" Xavier responded. The vast landscape below stretched out like a vast tapestry. Rolling hills undulate gently, their curves softened by a patchwork of green forests and golden fields. "Xavier, if I jump from here, will I be hurt?" Lewis asked. "Nope," Xavier replied. So Lewis leapt off the tree and fell with a rapid speed. Then he softly touched the ground, no ankle sprain or anything. Xavier shot down behind him, and like that, they started moving again. More brisk movements without any huffs or puffs. No forming blisters, no pain whatsoever. The landscape around him melted into a blur of colour and motion as he began to pick up even more speed. It was almost impossible to comprehend. They had reached the mountains now. Lewis went darting across the rugged highlands, his movements a blur against a backdrop of rolling hills and jagged rocks. His hair was windswept and wild as it streamed behind him. Whilst he raced across the terrain, his eyes were sharp and intense, glowing faintly with an unnatural energy. His clothes were sleek as they rippled with every step. As he ran, the ground seemed to bend to his will. Stones and pebbles scattered beneath his feet, while the wind howled beside him, unable to keep pace. He moved with grace and precision, leaping over obstacles and darting around bends with an ease that defies the laws of physics. As he ran, his senses were heightened. He could feel every shift in the earth beneath him. He was so swift that grasses bent and the air split. He leapt effortlessly from one rocky outcrop to another, covering vast distances in mere seconds. His eyes glowed with an ethereal light as he scanned the horizon. Every detail was sharp and clear, despite his incredible velocity. His supernatural speed propelled him forward, each stride clearing dozens of feet. His silhouette was almost ghostly as he weaved between boulders. The highlands, with their steep cliffs, posed no challenge to him as he moved with fluid grace. His supernatural abilities allowing him to adjust to every obstacle in his path. Xavier moved a meter behind Lewis. Her wings shimmered, radiating a golden glow. Her movements were so fast that she left a trail of sparkling light in her wake. like a shooting star grazing the earth. Time began to move in slow motion. "What is that?" Lewis yelled. "Neat, isn't it? I've separated and distorted your senses," Xavier replied, and then giggled. Lewis came to a stop and motion transformed back to normal. "Wow, that was pretty cool," he said. They had stopped in a valley near a big stream. Big rain clouds had formed in the sky above them. Xavier flew off down to the stream to take a look. Lewis perched in a squat. For a minute he reflected on the speed and distance that he had travelled. He couldn't stop grinning. He thought to himself, "I think I like being supernatural." Then he remembered Dr. Steinberg and what he had said to him the night before. "Am I a robot?" he thought to himself. It was plausible. All of his family were apparently robots or simulations or something. Then he thought, well, maybe I became a robot when I ingested the elixir. Or am I just partially machine? He dropped back, falling into a seated position. Xavier was still by the stream. She had started chasing flies around. Lewis knew because he zoomed his vision in on her to see why she kept rapidly moving. In fact, he was able to get a microscopic view of the flies, and Xavier too. He saw the intricate details of the fly. Its body was small and segmented, covered in tiny hairs that gave a bristly appearance, its wings transparent and delicate, with visible veins running through them. Xavier, though, she was something else altogether. A blend of delicacy and beauty, and advanced technology, a body crafted from lightweight, polished metals, glimmers with a faint silvery sheen, the wings made of thin, transparent materials, etched with intricate patterns resembling circuits, and they would emit a soft, pulsating glow as she fluttered with precision. Tiny gears and micromotors were visible beneath the semi-transparent casing, allowing her to move with grace and agility. "Remarkable," Lewis muttered to himself. Rain started to fall. It started as a light drizzle, but soon turned into a dramatic downfall. Mist swirled around the peaks, shrouding them in a mysterious veil. Xavier rushed back up to Lewis and said, "Eek! It's raining!" "It's just a bit of rain, Xavier," Lewis said. Then they both bellowed out with laughter. Then Lewis said, "We will head back though." "Okay," Xavier replied. They began moving again. The downpour was pelting them, but they moved too fast for the drops to land, creating a ripple in the air as they sliced through the storm. Lewis's feet touched the ground for an instant, leaving shallow impressions in the wet earth. But by the time the water had filled the marks, they were already far ahead. They soon got back to the forest's entrance. The rain was relentless, drumming on the leaves and creating a curtain of mist. Despite the storm, they weaved effortlessly between the trees, barely disturbing the underbrush. Every step was precise, splashing through puddles but leaving no trace. They cut through the wet air with an almost inaudible whoosh, like a phantom in the storm. Lewis suddenly came to a halt. He had seen a great big stag. He stopped within feet of the creature. The majestic stag stood silent, staring back at Lewis, its coat gleaming with raindrops. The rain created a serene, rhythmic backdrop. The antlers were striking and impressive, holding an elaborate structure. Water drizzled down Lewis's nose, ears, and cheeks. His clothes were soaked. Lewis bent forward and raised his hand to symbolize peace. Then the most amazing thing happened. The stag bowed to him. Xavier span around the stag and flew back to Lewis. The stag lifted itself back up and then darted off into the woods. Lewis stood watching wide-eyed as it disappeared around the fold of ferns. Lewis and Xavier soon arrived back at the castle. Lauren greeted them out at the front with a towel. Lewis graciously took the towel from Lauren and rubbed at his face with it, then at his hair too. They made their way back to the apartment, where Lewis had a shower and a shave. He was soon wearing another grand suit, this time a grey suit with a red tie. Lewis greeted Lauren and Xavier. As he did, another maid walked into the room and whispered in Lauren's ear. Then Lauren looked towards Lewis, holding a worried face, and said, "Someone's here to see you." "Who?" Lewis asked. "Prince Edward," she said. Lewis felt a little bit disturbed by Lauren's face. Why did she look so concerned, Lewis thought. He cheerfully perked up and said, "Well, we shouldn't keep him waiting." Lewis made his way to the drawing room, where he found Prince Edward waiting. Prince Edward pulled a devious smile and said, "Hello, Ginge." Chapter 7, Hollywood. Prince Edward wore a sleek black suit with a black tie. His hair was brown and he was about 35 years old. Lewis stumbled in response to what he had heard. Ginge was a name that his older brother would use to pick on him when he was a young boy. Other friends that Lewis had heard his brother teasing him with that name, and they had all started using it. It's a name that stuck for years. "How do you know that?" Lewis asked. Prince Edward gave a remarkably wicked grin and said, "How do any of us know anything?" "Good point," Lewis replied. Prince Edward gestured towards the seats and said, "Take a seat." Lewis responded by saying, "I'll stand." This made Prince Edward smile even wider. "So how do you like Balmoral Castle?" Prince Edward asked. Lewis changed the subject by saying, "You don't like me, do you?" Prince Edward laughed and turned to the bar. He poured himself a glass of whiskey, then turned back towards Lewis. He leant back against the bar, pointing his glass at Lewis, and said, "Would you like one?" "No, I'm fine," Lewis replied. "Oh, go on, take a drink," he pressed. Lewis just repeated himself by saying, "You don't like me, do you?" Prince Edward looked serious now. "Of course I don't like you, you little runt. You are a commoner. Don't forget that." "I didn't ask for this," Lewis replied. "I know, it's not personal." "You're not even next in line," Lewis interrupted. "Are you always this rude?" asked Prince Edward. Lewis smiled and said, "Only when I feel challenged." "You really are quite kingly, aren't you?" Prince Edward said. "Recognised," Lewis said in a humorous tone. They both laughed. I think we could be friends, Lewis said. Prince Edward turned his head in silence, then finally looked back at Lewis and said, "I wouldn't count on it," before placing his whiskey down and barging out of the room. Lewis walked to the window and watched him get into a car and drive off down the driveway. The rain was still plummeting down. Lauren and Xavier walked in to the room. "Are you okay?" Lauren asked. "Yeah, of course," Lewis replied. "Prince Edward can be a little headstrong," she said. "No kidding," Lewis said. The next few days were extremely pleasant. It was everything you could expect as a royal. Plenty of fine dining, good relations with the house staff, and of course, a lot of runs around the Scottish countryside. And after one long week, he finally heard word from Prince Richard. He had sent an email to the housing staff, wishing to inform and invite Lewis to the capital for his public reveal. Lauren knocked at the door of Lewis's apartment. He quickly answered, and she informed him that he would be leaving that night. This was around 7:30 in the evening. She told him that he would be leaving by car and heading to Aberdeen Airport to board his own private jet. That would then take him to Heathrow Airport, where a car would pick him up and finally deliver him to Windsor Castle. She told him that he'd be staying there until his coronation. She looked very sad to see him go, but she knew this would be happening. Lewis and Xavier were soon escorted from the castle into another Bentley. They were also escorted by a police car that followed just behind. The drive was pleasant, and they soon arrived at Aberdeen Airport, where Lewis and Xavier boarded the private jet. Within an hour and 25 minutes, they had arrived in Heathrow. A driver picked them up and took them to Windsor Castle. They drove up to the castle. Guards stood by the side of the road in their ceremonial uniforms. They stood to attention as the gates opened slowly. "Whoa!" cried Xavier. "This is actually happening," Lewis said. The fact that he had seen these soldiers made it all the more real. The same soldiers that he had seen on television many times before. The car came to a stop. Lewis and Xavier exited the vehicle. He was greeted by many people, including the Lord Chamberlain, the Keeper of Privy Purse, and many close advisors of the royal family. They escorted him into the castle and took him to the reception room. Prince Richard awaited his arrival there. They embraced one and another with a firm handshake. This reminded Lewis of his dad. He was soon shown to his quarters, which again were remarkable, similar to his apartment at Balmoral Castle, only much bigger. He again had clothes and suits with the finest fabrics. His apartment overlooked the gardens, which were symmetrical and sublime. A month of more fine dining and exploration around the castle went by. Lewis couldn't help but think to himself about how he felt like a prisoner. Though it was time for Lewis's public exposure, he was to be interviewed in full transparency. Lewis had briefly spoke with Prince Richard once or twice whilst dining. Prince Richard's wife had attended these dinners also, the Princess Consort Madeline Windshaw. Lewis liked them both. though the conversations had been trivial. They hadn't really seen enough of each other to bond, and the castle was large, meaning that Lewis hadn't seen them walking by. He still hadn't met Prince Philip. He and his family were away on tour. The public had been informed about Lewis, but they hadn't seen any picture of him as of yet. Some dodgy leaks on the internet, but none of accuracy. No, Lewis was still pure of exposure. The date was February the 2nd, 2022, and his interview was to take place inside Windsor Castle. He was being interviewed by the BBC. Xavier was to attend silently, for full disclosure. Lewis had been briefed on the importance of this interview. The point of it was to demonstrate a revolutionary technological age that the world as a whole was embarking on. Full transparency meant that the Illuminati were coming forward and revealing themselves, as well as the magnificent plan of planting this elixir within the stone. There was talk of documenting Lewis's life, and even making a movie to demonstrate to the public just what had happened. There was even some discussion taking place on the involvement of a reality TV show or an ongoing scope of Lewis's livelihood being filmed and played back to the public, to give the public an inside view of a royal lifestyle. Lewis arrived in a room of the interview. There were many cameras and lights pointed at the chairs. The room was filled with a camera crew. A person came forward and said, "Your Royal Highness, what a pleasure. I'm with the BBC. My name is Katie Phillips." She was about 5'7" with straight blonde hair. She wore a pair of glasses and wore a long black dress. She was in her mid-40s. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Katie," Lewis responded. Lewis had grown quite regal by this stage, after having had many conversations with people who addressed him as Your Highness or Your Excellence. They sat down and the interview began. Xavier flew around behind Lewis. "Can we start with your fairy, Lewis? How was it created?" Katie asked. "Yes, of course," Lewis replied. "She was actually created inside of me by nanobots. I'm not sure about the specifics though. You'd have to ask a scientist on that one." Lewis went on. "Brilliant," Katie said. "And these same nanobots that you ingested in this elixir hold special qualities that have enhanced your body. Am I right in believing?" Katie asked. "Yes, absolutely. I have super speed, super strength, and even an ability to shapeshift. Well, that last one is apparent. I haven't actually figured out how to do that yet," Lewis said. "Can you tell me more about this elixir? Do you know how it was made?" Katie asked. "I'm afraid not, sorry," Lewis responded. "Oh, if it were me, I'd like to know what it was exactly I had ingested. Don't you feel that's important?" Katie asked. "No, the whole thing was a trip. I was quite disorientated up to the point before drinking it," Lewis replied. "Seems a bit reckless, wouldn't you say?" Katie said. "Well, I haven't really given it much thought. I was far too excited to find out that it was actually real," Lewis said. "So you were always eager to become king then?" Katie asked. "No, actually, I just wanted to become supernatural." Well, you did indeed get that, Katie said, and then laughed. Lewis also grinned. Tell me about your experience with telepathy. This, after all, is news to all of us. What's it like? Katie asked. Lewis thought back to the early days, where the group had tormented him. It's not always pleasant, Lewis said. Oh, why's that? Katie asked. Because it's really easy to think the wrong thing and upset people, Lewis said. So, I just have one more question for you. What do you know about this secret plan? The one where the Illuminati planted this elixir? Do you know anything about that? Katie asked. No, I'm afraid not. I haven't yet been informed to the specifics. All I know is that I was meant to follow very cryptic clues that would inevitably lead me to the stone, Lewis answered. Well, thank you very much for your time, Your Highness, Katie said, and like that the interview was over. Lewis walked down the corridor. He was on his way back to his quarters when Prince Edward popped around the corner and startled him by saying, "It was all just a trip. I was so disorientated." He started laughing and covered his hands over his face. "Father's going to love that," he went on. Before Lewis had a chance to reply, Prince Richard walked down the corridor and said, "Edward, control yourself." Edward smirked and walked away. Lewis hadn't even realised that he was at Windsor. The place was so big. Prince Richard placed his hand on Lewis's shoulder and said, "You did a good job in there. Don't listen to Edward." "Thanks," Lewis replied. "Now, I've got news," Prince Richard said. "I understand that you are probably fed up by now with Windsor. I've made plans to have you escorted to LA. "I'm going to California?" Lewis asked. "Yes." "I understand that you're good friends with Fern Lena. We have arranged with her family for you to stay at one of their homes in the Los Angeles hills." "Oh my god, that's great! It's a dream come true," Lewis yelled. Prince Richard grinned. "You'll be staying there until your coronation." "I know she's eager to meet you," Prince Richard said. Xavier yelped with joy. "California!" she said. "But Lewis, after your coronation, your education begins. Got it?" "Yes," Lewis replied. "You leave tomorrow around noon, so you should go and pack," Prince Richard said. "Okay, see you," Lewis said, and without giving Prince Richard a chance to say anything, he went bolting down the corridor towards his quarters. Later that night, Lewis browsed the internet. What he found was rather unsettling. He was receiving a lot of hate from the public. There was, of course, a lot of positivity too, but he only saw the hate. Some people had been making fun about Xavier. Others thought she was really cool. They had made jokes about Lewis being a woman possessing the adequate lady parts and to have given birth to his fairy. Other people had made fun of his facial appearance, though most of the hate was about his claim to the throne. People were saying that it was all fake and that he didn't possess any supernatural abilities. Lewis sat back and thought about what he was seeing. "They're just scared," Xavier said. "Yeah, you're right, Xavier," he said. He watched the main BBC broadcast and saw the interview back. He looked good and very well spoken in his own opinion. Lewis shook his head clear of these thoughts and went to bed. He was used to hate by now, after receiving so much of it throughout his life. The trolls on the internet didn't keep him up, and he slept like a log. Lewis woke up at 10:30 AM. He had some breakfast and was soon leaving the castle. He and Xavier were driven to Heathrow. Once they had arrived on the airstrip, they were bombarded by journalists with cameras, microphones, and questions. This was expected and planned for. Lewis had security with him, and they had advised Lewis before leaving Windsor not to answer questions, but to only wave and smile. The security cleared a path to the stairs of the private jet, and Lewis and Xavier were soon in the air. They were in the air for 11 hours, leading from 1 PM in the afternoon to what technically would have been 12 AM in the UK. However, due to the time difference, with California being 8 hours behind, they arrived at 4 PM in America. As they left the airport, they hit the 405 freeway. They were surrounded by busy traffic and a lot of cars. The freeway was lined with palm trees, and they kept catching glimpses of the city skyline in the distance. As they got closer to the Hollywood Hills, the scenery changed. They came off the freeway and started winding through residential areas with tall trees and well-kept lawns. The streets got narrower and steeper as they started travelling into the hills. The views opened up as they got higher. They could see the vast expanse of LA below, with its grid of streets, tall buildings, and even the ocean. The houses in Hollywood Hills were impressive, with modern architecture, large gates, and well-maintained gardens. As they got closer to the destination, the roads became tricky, with sharp turns and narrow lanes, but the surroundings were breathtaking. When they finally arrived at the house, they found that it sat on a secluded lot. It had a grand entrance, and there was also a pool out back that overlooked the city below. Once inside, they found that it had high ceilings with wide open windows that allowed natural light to flood into the rooms, which were also filled with minimalistic furniture and abstract paintings on the walls. There was even a grand piano that sat next to the back window that overlooked the city skyline. Lewis walked up to one of the abstract paintings and said, mine are better." "Sure they are," laughed Xavier. "You've never seen," said Lewis. "Oh, haven't I?" she rhetorically asked. As they were arguing, they heard a knock at the door. Wendy, a maid who had escorted them from Windsor, quickly answered. Wendy was a lovely woman. She was in her 60s with ginger hair, and she had a slim physique. She had been Lewis's main assistant whilst he had stayed at Windsor Castle. He also had 2 security guards with him, Bill and Ted, who were both physically impressive. Not that Lewis really needed the muscle, with him having super strength, though the formalities stood firmly in place. Phil was blonde with a chiseled jawline, and Ted, with black hair, had a much rounder face. And of course also, the local police office had been informed of his arrival, and they were on call for any necessary duty. Wendy answered the door to find Hilary Lenner. The head of the Lenner family's success, and also Fern's mother. She wore a tailored blazer paired with a pencil skirt. She was in her 60s with brown curly hair. Wendy guided Hilary through the house, and they all sat on the terrace out back to discuss upcoming events that the Lenners had planned for Lewis's stay. Hilary soon left, and Lewis relaxed for the evening with Xavier. Lewis was staying in LA for 2 months, leading right up to the week before his coronation, as he had to go back to the UK for rehearsals. The first event on the Lenners' plan of to-dos was a party the next evening at one of their mansions on the Hollywood Hills. Lewis and Xavier relaxed the whole day leading up to the party. They ate good food and relaxed by the pool's edge, taking in the magnificent views. The weather was hot, and so Lewis wore blue shorts topped with a white t-shirt. The day soon passed, and before long they were preparing for the party. Lewis put on a white shirt paired with black trousers, and finally topped with some very well polished embassy boots. He smelt good with the finest Aventus cologne. He styled his hair into a quiff and was soon leaving the house. The drive was short, and they soon arrived at a sleek, contemporary mansion. They drove up through the gated driveway. The driveway was lined with an array of luxury and exotic cars. Sports cars like Ferraris, Lamborghinis, and McLarens. Palm trees stood around the outside of the driveway, and in its center was a huge water fountain. As Lewis was getting out of the car, he heard Fern's voice in his mind. She said, "You are here." Lewis replied by saying, "Where are you?" "Come find me," she replied. Inside the mansion, the atmosphere was vibrant. The main living area was transformed into a social hub, with guests mingling over craft cocktails served by professional bartenders. The live DJ set the tone, filling the space with music that ranged from laid-back lounge vibes to upbeat dance tracks. The overall vibe was lively, with people engaging in deep conversations, dancing, and simply just enjoying the luxury of space and the company of fellow A-listers. Lewis was greeted by Aaron Jackson, a famous rock star. "Your Highness," he said. Lewis knew Aaron Jackson from the television. Aaron wore a leather jacket with metallic studs. His boots were rugged, and his hair was tousled, giving off an edgy vibe. Lewis replied by saying, "How is it going?" "It's a great party." Xavier hung just behind Lewis's shoulder. "The famous Xavier," Aaron said. "Hey," yelped Xavier. "Awesome. Hey, little guy," he said. Aaron pointed his finger out towards Xavier. Xavier kindly greeted his embrace. Then Aaron turned to a table of cocktails and passed one to Lewis. "Here, they are really nice." Lewis respectfully took the glass and had a sip. As Aaron was talking, his voice became a blur as Lewis heard Fern's voice again in his mind. She said, "I'm waiting." Lewis was enchanted. He turned his head back towards Aaron and said, "Would you please excuse me?" He didn't even wait for Aaron's response. He just simply wandered off, dazzled as if whipped under a spell. Lewis headed for the back garden. It was dusk outside, but the area was lit with soft ambient lighting from lanterns hanging in the trees and strings of fairy lights draped across the patio. Lewis could see the DJ set up by the pool. Just to the right of that, people were dancing. Lewis stood on the balcony. He scanned over the dancers and then caught eyes with Fern. There you are, Lewis thought. Her eyes were wide and intense. Her brown hair long and curly. It shimmered under the light as she twisted her body and waved her arms. Lewis leant against the rail as he watched her dance. Their eyes remained focused on each other. Come get me, she thought, as she subtly shimmied through the crowd, turning and heading towards a path that led further into the garden. Lewis walked down the stairs and slowly followed her path. The garden was filled with tall, manicured hedges and exotic plants. Down the path, Fern stood as a silhouette, leaning against a fence that overlooked LA City. In the last of the sun's light, the warm glow bathed the scene in a golden light. Her long hair was slightly tousled by a light breeze. The distant city lights began to flicker as evening approached, creating a contrast between the serene, natural surroundings of the garden and the bustling cityscape. Her posture was relaxed but thoughtful. Lewis approached her and they both said nothing, as Lewis leant against the fence. They stood close, almost touching. He gently brushed a strand of hair off her face. Their eyes met, and the world around them seemed to fade away. He leant in, his hand resting softly on her waist, pulling her closer as she tilted her head to meet his gaze. The city lights reflected in their eyes, adding a shimmer of intensity to the moment. As their lips met, the kiss was tender, yet filled with the passion of unspoken words. They were wrapped in each other. The sounds of the city below faded into a distant hum. The moment felt timeless, suspended between the earth and the sky as they lost themselves in each other. The kiss came to its end. They both laughed. "Hi," she said. Xavier came rushing down the path, yelling, "There you are!" Xavier's yell was followed by an "Oh!" as Xavier realized what she had stumbled on. They all laughed. "Fern, Xavier, Xavier, Fern," Lewis introduced. They remained at the cliff edge talking for some time before finally rejoining the party. Lewis and Fern spoke with many celebrities, and it was clear from that moment on that they were in a relationship. The party came to its end, and the next day, Fern and Lewis had agreed to meet for a hike up Runyon Canyon. Xavier, Lewis, and Fern all shared in a pleasant hike, seeing breathtaking views of the city in the daylight. That night, Fern and Lewis dined out at a fancy restaurant, and afterwards, Fern stayed the night at Lewis's. Time flew by, and within 2 long months, Fern and Lewis were heartfelt and in love with each other. It was Lewis's last night in LA. He was to fly back the next day, though before his departure, the celebrities of Hollywood had planned a ceremonial gathering deep in the Angels National Forest. They drove deep into the forest in a jeep. Once they arrived at the secret location, He got out of the car and walked further into the wild, uncharted countryside. They finally arrived at the ceremonial ground. There was a huge bonfire in the center. Absolutely everyone of the celebrities was wearing a black robe with their hoods pulled up over their faces. Fern hung back whilst Lewis wandered into the middle of the crowd. Once he was there, everybody began chanting. Xavier darted around Lewis's head whilst Lewis took to a defensive position. Fern came forward, suddenly wearing a black robe, and said, "It's okay, be calm." She took his arm with her left hand, and then pulled out a hunting knife and stabbed him in the heart. Lewis fell to the ground, and as he slowly blacked out, he could see a face in the fire, a man with the features of a goat. Chapter 8: The Coronation. 3 days passed by. Lewis woke up in a bed. As he opened his eyes, he could see Prince Richard hanging over his bed. He was smiling down at Lewis. Lewis was back at Windsor Castle. "What happened?" Lewis finally muttered. "You don't remember?" Prince Richard asked. "No, I do, but why?" Lewis asked. "Why did she stab me?" he went on. "She did what she had to," Prince Richard said. "Why?" Lewis asked. Before noticing Xavier, she flew over Prince Richard's head and then came in closer to Lewis, but she said nothing. Xavier didn't know either. This truth was kept from her, said Prince Richard. "What?" Lewis asked. "I'm ready to explain a lot of things now, Lewis. But you need to be ready to hear this. Do you think that you can handle it?" Lewis sat up and realized that he felt no pain whatsoever. "Yes," Lewis finally said. "You are the Antichrist. That much is true. And alike to Jesus Christ, you too had to die. It was important for you to access the full extent of your power. I don't know what you are capable of, but whatever it is, it's great. The devil is real. I believe you saw him in the flames, yes?" Prince Richard asked. "I did," Lewis replied. "Good. You now possess the power to bring him back," Prince Richard said. "What? Why would you want that?" Lewis asked. Prince Richard looked away in silence, then looked back and said, "Are you sure you are ready to hear this?" "Yes, of course, I want to know." "You're not good, Lewis. You are evil. You preach blasphemy all of the time. When you talk about self-centerism, the need to correct people and their ill will as you see it is evil. And that's not wrong. There is no good or evil in this world, only perception and choice. So evil is just a conception, a choice that somebody made?" Lewis asked. "Yes, based on a good reason too, no doubt. But this idea holds us back from the truth. That we are all one united light. People only do bad due to specific circumstances like hunger and pain. Though understand this, Lewis. We Illuminati feed off this like vampires. This is why we allow the world to remain in carnage. Sure, we could share the wealth, but there would be no fun in that. Take a look at yourself, Prince Richard said. Lewis looked down at his arm and suddenly saw green reptilian scales. Ah! He cried. Prince Richard smiled. Look again. Lewis looked at his arm once more. The scales had gone, and he was back to normal. Prince Richard raised his hand out and snapped his fingers together. Then Wendy walked in holding a rich black suit. Get dressed. I want to show you something, Prince Richard said, and then left the room, and Wendy laid the suit on the bed. Lewis got up and quickly dressed. Every aspect of the suit was black. The tie, waistcoat, and even the shirt. Lewis met Richard in the next room, where he waited. Richard told Xavier to wait in the castle. They walked out into the gardens in silence. Richard led Lewis through a gated passage that led up to a door up against the side of the castle walls. Lewis had seen this gate many times and had wondered where it led. Once through the door, there was a staircase that led to the cellars under the grounds. The air was cool and slightly damp, with a faint smell of earth and aged wood. The ceiling was high, supported by large stone arches, and the walls were lined with rough-hewn stone. There were rows and rows of towering shelves, packed with barrels, crates, and bottles that stretched out in every direction. They walked through 2 more doors, and then Richard stopped Lewis by the last door and said, "There's no coming back from this. Are you ready?" "Yes," Lewis replied. Richard opened the door, and in the middle of the room, hung on chains, and half conscious, was Kwame, Lewis's childhood friend, his best friend. He had been beaten badly. His left eye rolled to scan the room. He murmured, "Lewis, help me." Lewis stood in silence as Richard grinned towards him. Richard pulled out a knife, walked up to Kwame, and sliced his jugular. Again, Lewis said or did nothing. Something was different about Lewis. He didn't care, even slightly. He glared onwards, possessed in a demonic trance. Then the thick blood that poured down Kwame's neck called to Lewis. Like a primal craving, it was irresistible. The sight and scent of his fresh blood ignited an overwhelming hunger deep within. Lewis darted to Kwame's side in milliseconds. He reached out with his fingers, scooped some blood from Kwame's neck, and then licked the blood. His eyes sprang open. There was a seductive, intoxicating pull, and he lashed into Kwame's neck, wide-mouthed. He bit into Kwame's jugular, sticking his tongue into the slit, biting down and squeezing the blood in a forceful manner. The blood burst and blasted down his throat. He drank every ounce. and within minutes, Kwame was dead. Lewis took a step back, looking Kwame up and down, and finally smiled, a most wicked grin. Lewis was covered in blood. Richard picked up a towel and rinsed it in a nearby sink, then passed it to Lewis and said, "Clean up." Kwame's corpse hung silently, his head facing the ground, with small drips of blood still leaking onto the floor. Prince Richard looked at Lewis sternly. Lewis finished wiping the blood from his face, and then turned to look at Prince Richard, grinning at him. Then said, "I always wanted to be a vampire." He held no remorse for what he had done. "You're not a vampire, Lewis," Prince Richard replied. "You are a reptilian shapeshifter, a carnivore, just like me and the rest of the royal family. Your family too. This is why we share DNA. Me and your father are twins." "They aren't robots at all. Some celebrities are robots though. They are beneath us," he went on. They walked back up, out of the cellars. Once they reached the gardens, Prince Richard turned to look at Lewis and said, "Xavier has been modified, updated. She's an evil little minx now." They both laughed. "We have programmed everything about her and have complete control over her moods and personality," he went on. "So you programmed her creation in the first place?" Lewis asked. "Yes, it was us who programmed the nanobots that then built her inside of you after your transformation," Prince Richard replied. "Now Lewis, know this. We don't usually drink blood or eat flesh, as you did. We dine like sophisticated humans. That with Kwame just now was a one-off. I wanted you to taste and relish in a primitive nature, whilst simultaneously sacrificing your old friend." Then he walked away hastily, leaving Lewis in the gardens alone. Lewis walked up to his quarters and looked in the mirror. He noticed that his eyes were dark and his skin fairer than before. His lips were rosy red. Xavier flew into the room and said, "Master, I am here." Lewis responded by saying, "Don't call me Master." "I'm just kidding," Xavier said. She seemed to be the exact same way. What was different about her? Lewis thought. "I'm glad that you are alive," yelled Xavier. "Me too," Lewis replied. The next week flew by with the odd rehearsal for the coronation. Lewis knew exactly what he had to do in the ceremony. The day finally came on March the 2nd, 2022. Lewis and Xavier had spent the night at Buckingham Palace. A strict schedule had been put into place. Lewis left Buckingham Palace at 10:20 in the morning. He and Xavier rode the Gold State coach in a grand procession through the streets of London. They were accompanied by mounted guards and a large military escort. The route through Buckingham Palace to Westminster was lined with thousands of spectators. They stood waving flags. The procession itself, in terms of geography, which was only about 1.5 miles, took a significant amount of time, as the pace was ceremonial. Lewis was expected at Westminster for 11 a.m. The service started at 11:15 and lasted several hours. There was the recognition where the congregation acknowledges the monarch as their rightful sovereign. Then the oath where the monarch swears to govern the people according to the laws and customs of the realm, and to uphold the Church of England. Then came the anointing, the most sacred part of the service, where the monarch is anointed with holy oil. Then the investiture. The monarch is presented with regalia, including the orb, scepter, and other symbolic items. Next was Lewis's favourite part, the crowning. This is the climax of the ceremony, where the Archbishop of Canterbury places the crown upon the monarch's head. And finally, the homage. Senior peers of the realm kneel before the monarch to pledge their allegiance. The coronation service itself lasted till mid-afternoon, till 2:30 in the afternoon. Then Lewis led another procession back to Buckingham Palace. This return journey was slower and more elaborate, as it included multiple detachments of military regiments, and gave the public more time to witness the newly crowned monarch. Once back at Buckingham Palace, at around 3:30 in the afternoon, Lewis appeared on the balcony to wave to the gathered crowds, a tradition that symbolises the completion of the public aspect of the coronation. While stood on the balcony, Xavier flew around everyone's heads. She was visible for all to see. Lewis stood in the centre, waving. The rest of the royals stood just behind Lewis, also waving. Once the doors to the balcony closed, everyone gave 3 cheers for the new king. Lewis spoke with many people, including dukes and duchesses. He met Prince Philip and his family. All of the conversations that he had were trivial, and all the while Lewis looked forward to the day's end. Lewis just wanted to party with other people his own age. The real celebration started once he arrived back in California. The celebrities out there had planned for a huge party, and Lewis held no qualms with them for stabbing him in the ceremony. In fact, he was grateful and looking forward to returning for the big blowout. The party was going to be ace, a huge secret party in the Redwoods. The coronation came to its end, and Lewis stayed the night at Buckingham Palace. They had a huge banquet. Lewis didn't know for sure because nobody said anything, but he was fairly convinced that he had eaten human flesh. It tasted good, and he felt strong after the meal, as if he had taken somebody's life force. The plan was for Lewis to fly back the following day. There were loads of important kingly duties that Lewis had to attend, but he had ordered a delay on such matters. He wanted to go wild and party. Lewis really wasn't the same person since his wake. Whatever had been done to him had made a noticeable difference. His attitude towards the crown was poor. Lewis and Xavier flew back to California, only this time they flew straight to San Francisco. They were booked in to stay at the Clift Royal Sonesta in San Francisco. They soon arrived after a long flight. They had a shaky journey with a lot of turbulence. Lewis was again wearing his black suit. He really liked it. He loved the fact that he was the Antichrist. He had become a very smug person. Lewis actually ordered his staff to fetch a woman into his room once they arrived. He had Phil and Ted with him, two macho security guards. He ordered them to bring this woman in from the hallway. She screamed like crazy, but the two of them dragged her into the room without hesitation. Lewis proceeded by slitting her throat in the shower room and draining her blood till she was dead. Again, holding no remorse for his actions, he left Phil and Ted to do the dirty job of removing her body. The whole ordeal was a bloody mess, and Lewis relished in that fact. Xavier had chuckled as she watched Lewis drain this woman of her blood. Lewis had completely spat in the face of Prince Richard and his one rule: to dine like sophisticated people. Lewis was only staying in California for the weekend, so it was only Phil and Ted who had escorted him on this trip. He knew that they'd keep it a secret. It was heavily implied that dangerous things would happen to them if they didn't. The next day arrived, and they had efficiently disposed of the body. There wasn't even a speck of blood left in the bathroom. Lewis hadn't even lifted a finger. He and Xavier had hung out in the room watching television. A car picked them up at midday, and they arrived at Redwoods National State Park at 5:20 in the afternoon. They drove up Fizzer Lane until they hit the road's end, and then got out to travel up to the secret location. After an hour's hike, they finally arrived. It felt to Lewis like stepping into a hidden world, tucked beneath towering ancient trees that reached impossibly high. Other people were already there, setting up the DJ set and drinking. Lewis took a drink off Noel, a famous actor. Noel was strikingly good looking, with blonde wavy hair. Lewis had arrived early. The party didn't properly start until 7 PM, though time moved fast, and soon hundreds of celebrities turned up and the party started. Fern turned up with a group of girls that Lewis didn't know. It was dusk when they arrived, and they had brought with them two hikers that they had abducted on their way to the location. Fern walked across to Lewis with a wide smile and said, "Will this make amends?" Then laughed and ran back across to the woman hiker and kicked her in the face. The hikers screamed and cried out, begging to be let go. Another one of the girls walked up to Lewis and said, "Supper, Your Majesty," then winked at him. Lewis smiled hard and took a sip of his beer before moving in closer. Other celebrities taunted the two girl hikers by acting as if they wanted to cut them loose. One person even moved in close with a knife, acting as if he was going to cut them loose, but then stopped by the rope before jolting the knife into the air and stabbing the girl's leg. The two female hikers were in their 20s, one blonde and the other ginger. She screamed so loud that it knocked a bird out of its resting position. It darted off through the woods. A group of celebrities started stamping on the girls, taking it in turns to go in with their heels, and before long they were covered in blood, dizzy and woozy. They eventually killed the two girls and hacked at their bodies with machetes. Then they cooked them over an open fire. This all went on at the side of people dancing to the DJ's sets. It was dark out now, and the patch of forest that they were all dancing in was lit with lanterns and fairy lights. it was a mystical satanic haven. Xavier swept around place to place mingling with celebs, and Lewis just kept on drinking, standing on the sidelines of the dancers, occasionally moving his body to the sound of the music. People had wiped blood off the hikers across their faces. There were also a lot of people wearing Ravers neon face paint and reflecting light as they twirled. Lewis heard a voice from behind him. He turned to find Willoweye. He had short brown hair and wore a crisp white shirt. His sleeves were rolled up. He looked furious and said, "I have something to tell you."